Bio, how are you doing today?
Good, good. Thank you so much, guys. It's an honor to be here. We're going to be passing this one-of-a-kind tourney coming out of Association. Our first match is going to be between Oreo O versus Team CCA. That is going to be our first match in this Swiss to single elimination bracket tournament that we have on our next. We hope you both have a lot of fun.
Yeah, hopefully we have a lot of fun here. So the main gimmick behind this tournament is that all the players come from various colleges from around the scene, but they're all being basically a free agent tournament where everyone is being randomly assigned to being a team with players they've never really played before or players outside from their own school. And then all the teams are given 1 week of practice time. They basically prepare for this event. So it's gonna be really fun to see what did these teams do with all this practice with that 1 week? Did they just make really fun team names, or did they have really good gameplay as well?
Yeah, and actually, before the shoot cloud, we were talking about some very creative team names. We have got some classics. It's like it's becoming a run and so honestly, we're very very curious to see how much time these teams spend to practice their names. And honestly, I'm really curious to see if there's going to be a large discrepancy between them. But regardless, we're going to be getting into the first game on Splash Zone Museum d'Alfonzino, a competitive scene classic. So I don't believe too many words need to be mixed with this. But regardless, it gives these two teams a lot of freedom for a lot of strategy.
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna be seeing some interesting comps too, because all these players, most of them have never played together before. So think, what were they able to piece together in 1 week here? So what are we gonna be able to see right now from the first initial comps?
Yeah, we are waiting for a few more players to get ready, but honestly, what I'm most curious about is of course, on both sides, how but the conflict within the sector well, I believe it's Team Silly coming out with a Tetra Julie composition, which is going to give them a lot of aggressive potential, while Oreo O's is coming out with a Ten Umbrella composition, Sorella Ten Umbrella with C Junior, a new weapon that was just introduced in this new season, and we've seen a lot of players trying to experiment. So we'll see how well that turns out.
Yeah, here and at the 3-minute 43 mark right now, we see that Team Silly already down to the 34 here as you say the accomplishments are working out for now. Team Oreo also has 4 outputs now, trying to just get themselves up with a Fizzy now with their Tri-Slasher. Tri-Slasher does get a 2-down situation, forces Team Silly into a 3-down, also now making it able to get out of the penalty, just trying to work their way down through this lead. Just trying to do what they can, but Oreo O's, I think, no, Team Silly, Oreo O's do get the comeback now, trying to kind of do what they can here. Have the crowd coming up online now, having it perched on the middle spinner right there. Strikes do come out though, and now it's going to be 3 down once again before it. And it looks like we're going to potentially be able to see a lead change here, and it does look like they will be able to get the lead change here in this early game.
Yeah, no, but these two are really making sure that they are just holding on to the field. It's extremely close to two teams, but honestly, Team Silly is playing the races really, really well. I'm liking how the Oreo is really checking out how to choke keep their advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, Yellow Team now finally gets his own back there. Now they're trying to work their way out of their own penalty right here, especially with about halfway through the game. Now there's still quite a lot of time left on the board here, but now let's see the 10th umbrella coming out once again. 3-down situation now coming out from Yellow Team, being able to force that out here. Controls out lost though, and now with the rain coming in, I think that's Team Silly. No, it's Oreo O is trying to be able to once again control the zone again. Now have the Fizzies coming out there trying to just keep some pressure up there with 2 minutes to go, having some specials online. It's gonna be important to just be able to get out of this penalty and like try and change the tide of the situation before it gets too late.
So, yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, these are really close, but Oreo is starting to happen, and I'm curious to see the outcome.
Yeah, it's been coming down to the last 90 seconds or so here with both of them close to a knockout but having a big penalty to go through right now. I'm trying to just being able to get this going here, and now I was just trying to be able to fight it back into zones right here. It's like it's getting zoned back into neutral once again. It's a 2-down situation now, and now 2 down once again for both teams right there. It's going to be able to go down right now. It's going to be really close coming down to this last minute.
Oh, yeah, and honestly, it is looking really dangerous for Oreo O's. They are stalling this out really well, but Team City do have the zone at the moment, so it's really important for them to figure out how to very calm. They do have a lead, but they need to be careful playing this. They can do this by get the picks that they need, which they do. Especially just pressure goes down. Pressure goes down. 2 alive on the side of Team Silly. Oreo O's finally getting a lot of picks that they need, but 2 down. But the 2 go down. This is actually looking kind of dangerous. They do manage to flip the zone, but with 30 seconds left, they still want to get back onto the zone. And if this was pressure at team, then a lot of this moves forward. Oreo O's is really careful with how they handle this.
Yeah, that was the last 20 seconds to go now. They have to work their way out of this penalty and just try to force this situation right now before it gets too late. They have some pressure coming out now with the rain coming out, and now it's just going to be, are they going to be able to hold for here? They're going to have to try and look to force this overtime now. Bazooka is out now. Their zone's going to go back into neutral, but a 3-down situation is going to turn the tide, and that's going to be the end of game 1.
Yeah, that was honestly really, really fierce, but eventually it was, eventually I believe it was Oreo O's who ended up on top, if I'm not mistaken. So, honestly, as a first match, we definitely got to see what these teams have been cooking up this past week, and if things were as tense in this first match, I can only imagine what it will be for the rest of the set and the tournament.
Things we got to see from like both teams right there. Now it's play all 3, so I'm really interested to see what kind of adjustments we're going to be having from both teams right now. Because like yeah, as you mentioned, they've had 1 week of practice, so it's going to be what is going to happen here. Like, are we going to see like a lot of like crazier weapon comp changes? Or we're going to see some maybe strategy changes from either team, especially from the side of Team Silly? Now that you're down the first game, do you think they're going to be making any like significant adjustments going into the next map and mode?
Well, honestly, Team City's composition was doing a great job of putting a lot of aggression on Oreo O's. Oreo O's composition with the Sorella Tenebrella did give them a lot of defensive potential, which they were doing, which we saw gave them a huge upper hand on this kind of slower, more stall heavy map, so to speak, Museum de Alfonsino. But as we move into the second map, Tower Control and Inkball Art Academy, I think if Team Silly keep harnessing that aggressive potential of their weapon choices, they can definitely turn the tables here on this second map, since Tower Control is a mode that rewards a much more aggressive forward playstyle.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And with the passive like special advantage too, once you're on the tower, it really makes it so that the mode can just snowball really easily. So with the aggressive comps, it will be very interesting to see if they're going to be able to use that to their advantage here as we go into this game too.
Moving in here, these two teams, this is now game 2 in this play all 3 set. Team Silly gonna opt to stick with the light Tetra Dually composition. This is what I was talking about. They want to keep that aggression that they were showing in the first match, while Oreo is actually going to switch off of the Tenebrella and move over to a double bucket machine and try squashing the throw. Very interesting. They want to take a different pace of play compared to the ones they employed in the first match. And honestly, it might be a bit better suited to the competition that Team Silly seems very, very eager to keep on pushing.
Yup, and Oreo O's are going to be able to take the tower a little, at least early on right here. They have two specials online, the Crab and the Bubble. The Bubble is going to come out onto the tower, going to help that push now, forcing Team Silly into now a 3-down situation here as they get to the first check, and they have the core online, they have the Booyah Bomb coming out as well as the Crab on the tower, and as we mentioned before, it really helps with this being a snowball-heavy game mode at times. Now with the Booyah Bomb coming out, forcing it into mid, they're already going to look to potentially get all the way to the second checkpoint here, once again, going 3 down for the side of Team Silly here, and that's a complete wipe as Oreo O's are at the second checkpoint looking to just snowball this even further.
And yeah, like you were saying, we're seeing this passive special advantage really come into play. Once again, Oreo O's have a crab tank. They have another bubble coming out, and with the machine going down, 3 down now on the side of Team Silly. A wipeout yet again. Oreo O's seem really safe right now. The Booyah Bomb is going to make it impossible for Team Silly to get anywhere near the tower, and just like that, that is going to be game 2 going to Oreo O's. Now, this is a play all 3 set, so we will be getting a game 3, even though the set is officially given to Oreo O's. If Team Silly can edge out a win in this game 3, it could affect their standing in the Swiss bracket. So definitely keep that in mind, folks.
Yeah, exactly. With there being both, and with there being two brackets, I think a gold and a silver bracket, it's gonna be really important for Team Silly to at least get a game here because they'll want to put themselves so far down that it makes it that it's going to be really difficult for them in their remaining Swiss sets to be able to get back and secure a standing in one of the brackets. But from the side of Oreo O's, that was just phenomenal play right there. You saw how they were able to use that passive special advantage and just get back-to-back team wipes, basically, and just snowball. Once they got control of that tower, there was no looking back for them.
Yeah, no, that second game was really, really quick, and we just saw Oreos do a. I mean, yeah, they played the game mode really, really well. They got an advantage really early in the match, and and really as long as they kept cycling their specials, building up that special economy in a way that they could really exploit the passive special advantage that the tower gives them, it was really difficult for Team Silly to come back because really all they could do they have a weapon, the Tetradoodles, that really doesn't play for a special. All they can really do is just run in, try to get some picks, and die while doing it. So the only thing they could really do was just send the Tetradoodle in again and again and again and again against the seemingly endless amount of specials that Oreo O's kept throwing at Team Silly. And honestly, in that situation, the Oreos just had way too many specials and way too many advantageous positions for Team Silly to get even close to where they needed to be to stop the tower.
Exactly. And now we're going into game 3, Rainmaker Wahoo World. I'm really interested to see like what it's gonna be like any like gameplay changes here, especially if you're Team Silly. They need to get a game, as we've been saying, just to like stay like somewhat to stay competitive right now before it's too late for them to bracket. But right now, from the side of Oreo O's, I'm really interested to see like how this like coordinated play has just evolves over time now because even though it's only been 1 week of practice, it hasn't really seemed like it so far as they've been pretty dominant so far.
Yeah, no, it's looking dangerous for Team Silly. Oreos definitely have the possibility of slipping up and losing this game 3 to Team Silly, but Team Silly definitely need to at least change their playstyle because they seem to be sticking with this really aggressive playstyle with that Tetradoodle. They seem really adamant about keeping this really dive heavy um, Tetradoodle centric playstyle that they've been using. If they're not going to change the weapons in the composition, they have to change the gameplay because it's definitely not working against Oreo. Which, speaking of, came out again with the Sorella Umbrella. So they want to kind of get a little bit of a throwback to that game 1, see if they can practice that weapon a little bit so that they can maybe take it out again later in the tournament.
Yep, and as we say that, Team Silly is going to look to make the move to their first checkpoint right there, as they do, and they, in that process, also putting Oreo O's in a 2-down situation right there. And now Team Silly is going to once again break the bubble. They have the Crab coming online now. The Crab is going to come out right there. He's going to take the fight against the Tender Sorella Umbrella right there, and they are going to have the lose the Rainmaker though, but already taking to the 33 in their first initial push. Oreo O is just having the Crab right now, trying to just force some like a defensive stalling right here, as the rain also does come out from Team Silly. Both these teams just trying to like kind of fight it out in this some neutral state, but the Rainmaker is going to be picked up and then immediately lost right now, as Team Silly seems to be having an advantage, and there seems to be a complete change of pace from the first 2 games.
Yeah, no, that flame from the Splash-O-Matic is devastating for Oreo O's. They seemingly had all of Team Silly pushed back, but the second that one of the Splash on the side of Team Silly got behind them, that just managed to get 2 picks and stall out the fight to make it more even for Team Silly. It is gonna end up resetting back to neutral game here in mid, but that splash did wonders for Team Silly's defense there.
Yup, and right now with it back in neutral, this is a potentially time for Oreo O's to really make a move here. As they do force Team Silly into a 2-down situation now, and they have the Rainmaker, they are going to look to make a push of their own right now, taking it all the way to the 80, and now it looks like they're going to their left checkpoint there. It does look like they will be able to break it. They're trying to struggle, just a bit of a struggle on the checkpoint right there, but they do secure that checkpoint, which is massive right here. Also starting to win these fights right now as they do force Team Silly into, once again, a 2-down situation right here, just trying to fight this off with the Rainmaker bubble already gone.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as Team Silly tried at the beginning of the game with that explosive opening, Oreo O's doing a great job of taking it a lot slower, a lot more steady, and threaten the lead for Team Silly. But regardless, it's not quite going to be enough. And even though Oreo O does not quite seem to die, that 10 Umbrella is going to make so much space for their team and open up the possibility for Oreo O's to get the lead, and they do. Lead of 19 now, 15. This might even be a knockout. Not quite. It's going to be all the way to 1, but it's still devastating for Team Silly. If they somehow manage to survive this offense from Oreo O's, they need to get a knockout, but again, it's just not even going to matter. Oreo O's coming back from the disadvantageous opening at the beginning of the match and finishing it off with a clean knockout, setting the set to a 3-0 in their favor. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, very good play from the side of Oreo O's there. Even going down like early on, they were able to just fight back. Losing the first checkpoint, but just being able to like respond there. Like you saw a lot of like mental poise come out from a team that's only been together for a week. But like already that level of coordination is going to be like really telling for what's potentially going to happen in the later rounds of Swiss and all that. But even then, that Team Silly, you saw how they had some great plays early on in that last game. Maybe if they could like use more of that going into the next few rounds of Swiss, maybe they'll be able to secure a place in the bracket and then like really just take off from there.
Oh, for sure. But honestly, the biggest thing I really like, and I like that you mentioned the mental poise, it's that Oreo O's had a lot of mental fortitude. Because honestly, a lot of the problems that pickups between players, a big problem that they find, sure, it's the coordination. Sure, it might be that they have some internal conflict. But the biggest thing is that their mental is not as solid as an established team. So, for example, there in that Wahoo game, a lot of pickups would have started playing terribly if the other team got such a great opening, such as Silly did, all the way to 33. A lot of pickups would have had their mental shattered, and they wouldn't have been able to play even a fraction as well as they could have. But Oreo O's did a great job of just keeping it together, staying calm, composed, and not letting it get into their heads. And that's what eventually let them come back stronger and get that knockout. So that's definitely something that cannot be overlooked for them.
For sure, yeah. As much as we like to think of Splatoon, it's a very mechanical game. The mental game is incredibly important, especially in any like competitive esport. There, being able to come back down with being able to have that fortitude, as you mentioned, like the come back is super important, and it's like really telling. Because like a lot of teams, even in a pickup situation like this, the teams with like the stronger mental fortitude, are likely going to be able to just like make deeper runs in the bracket.
Yeah, however, we are going to be taking a small break. We're having some technical difficulties. We'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be transitioning to our second set of the day before you know it. So stay tuned. ready to study abroad. My name is Bio. I'm joined here by Spicia, and we are going to be bringing you game 2, set 2, really, in this Swiss bracket between these many teams that have only had 1 week to practice since knowing about each other. So we talked about this a little bit on the last set, but you're going to be seeing a lot of unorthodox strategies coming out here, since these two teams need to get real creative about what they're going to do with so little time to prepare.
Yep, and right now we have Hyperink versus H. And now I think H might be one of those teams that might have spent a little more creativity and with their team name rather than their gameplay, at least at a first glance. So I'm really interested to see from them what exactly are we gonna have from their team right there. Because like with a name like that, H, I'm just like I'm at a loss for words, like how long that name is, how do you even pronounce it? So right now, going into Clan Blitz Scorch Gorge, I'm really excited to see what we have going forward.
Uh, yeah, honestly, okay, no, I don't know. Sorry, I'm still thinking about the names. I don't believe you guys see it on stream at the moment, but as we move into this game 1, this is it, you're not gonna believe it. But yeah, no, Columbus on Scorch Gorge. We're moving in here really quickly now. This is a classic map, very aggressive, but you need to make sure that you keep that back and forth action of Clamblitz at the top of your head as you're setting up these pushes. Hyper Ink moving in with a Nautilus composition with a vanilla Tri-Slosher, while Team H, as you can clearly see, has a more traditional ballpoint, actually double splatling ballpoint plus Nautilus. Very interesting coming out from them.
Yeah, interesting comps we've seen right now. You had the ballpoint and you had that Nautilus, especially the two splashes from the side of H right there. The Inkjet is going to come out right here as both these teams just try to find some clams right now. You see a lot of clams from the side of Hyper Ink, and they are going to find it that with the Inkjet. And the core is also out on play right now with having Nautilus there, having some decent amount of clams, just trying to like really just find some clams in neutral here. As right now with about a minute in so far. Neither team has opened the basket yet. Neither team has even formed the power clan, but right now, but we see maybe the Nautilus is going to have some stuff out, but the strikes might put a dent in that as we approach the 4 minute mark.
Yeah, yeah. No, Team H needs to be careful. They don't have the advantage of the range that ballpoint provides, especially since Hyper Ink with that ballpoint Trinavo actually have 2 sets of fizzy bombs. Well, actually 3, sorry, which gives them a lot of poking power. With those bombs, a lot of painting range, etc. So Hyper Ink is going to be so Team H is going to be really careful about the fact that they don't have the amount of raw range, that kind of effective range that Hyper Ink has over them. So we're gonna have to see them take advantage of specifically their specials, that Ink Storm, that Ink Jet, that Crab Tank, to supplement their lack of range.
Yep, and with that team wipe though from the side of H, it looks like they are going to be able to break the basket right now and then try and just get some more specials coming up. You have the Inkjet already in play right now, taking all the way through to 62 and now 59. There are looks like they're only going to take it past the halfway point here as players from H are just able to keep finding clams, keep just passing it in, and they're just got to keep this basket open. The strikes are going to come out right now, and they have the crab tank online. The clams aren't right now on the board yet, but they do have a 1-down situation from the end of Hyper Ink. Never mind, there's some clams coming out right now, and the crab is gonna go down though. But despite being 2 down, we're gonna push it all the way to the 20. It doesn't look like they're gonna be able to keep the basket open, but for a first push from H, that was a very strong push right there as it takes to the halfway point.
Yeah, and that was just an explosive push from Team H. That's huge. And I mean, there's still 2 minutes 30 left, a little bit less, but it's looking dangerous for Hyper Ink. They get a pick on the Nautilus. They need to make sure they move in with this really aggressively. They get 2 picks actually. This might be what they were waiting for. The Crab Tank on the side of Team H is gonna slow things down a little bit, but if Hyper Ink managed to get a nice foothold on Team H's platform, on that ramp, it could be what they need, but they need to deal with the Nautilus behind them. Fell gets 1, gets 2, almost gets a 3rd, but the damage has been done, and basically all the momentum that Hyper Ink had is going to be slowed down dramatically.
Slow and dramatically agreed, yeah, especially as H does have a power clam already ready right now, and they are going to try and like fight off the mid. Strikes are going to come out once again from the side of H, and you're going to see the Splashmatic here almost has a Crab Tank online ready. The Crab Tank is online now. Crab Tank is going to come out now on the bridge right there, just trying to fight off the spotting there and fight off the Slosh Machine. They are going to be able to take that down. Now, Hyper Inc. does have a power clam ready now through their ball point, but those, with the way H is playing, they have a lot of mid secured when it comes to paint, and they're just trying to like slowly push in right now. But two power clams now up from the side of H with 1 minute to go, they're like about a push away for potentially just saying this could be game.
Yeah, and but fortunately, Team H is struggling to stay alive here with a minute left. They need to be really careful. They do have that. They don't have the tactic cooler like Hyper Inc. does. So they don't have that nice cushion of respawn time and special saver that Hyper Inc. does have. And they need to be really mindful of that since their deaths are going to be punished a lot harder. And we're actually seeing that 2 down. They do manage to get a pick on the machine, slowing Hyper Inc. down a little bit, but Team H is slowly giving ground to Hyper Inc. Now, granted, Hyper Inc. is taking a while to get things moving. They're playing really slowly. They need to play a lot more aggressively with only 20 seconds left on the clock. They have 2 power clams, but that's not going to mean anything if they can't get them into the basket. And with less than 15 seconds left, they need to make something happen here now.
Yeah, and even then, they are going to break the barrier now. They do have two power clams go in, but they're still down in this the basket right now. They have enough clams. They are going to force overtime, but they don't. They're going to slowly start picking some clams in. The ball point does have 6 now, but they're the only one alive right here. Are they going to be able to keep the basket open? They do keep it open for a little bit longer, but that does look like it's going to be it, as H is going to be able to take the first game with this by just holding strong on defense at the end.
Yeah, Hyper Inc. They were playing way too slow at the end. I kept pointing it out, but I mean, sure, they have a double spotting composition, but that's no excuse for playing as slow as they did. They have a lot. They had a lot of opportunities to push forward, since Team H kept going several members down regularly, but they just waited way too long, and we saw some of the members that kept going down a lot on the side of Team H. For example, the Nautilus fell, and they just kept coming back since Hyper Inc. was taking just so long to set up a good push. The Nautilus would come back and get a pick, and that was a lot of momentum lost for Hyper Inc. So that's definitely something that Hyper Inc. needs to work on in these subsequent games if they want to have a chance of taking this set.
Yeah, for sure, right there. You want to be able to see that because like we saw H with the much more aggressive comp, just really just able to overwhelm them at times when it comes to just like flat out speed, just being able to make pushes happen. Because we saw even with like Hyperrank, they were just struggling to. You saw them have multiple power clams at once. You saw them have multiple opportunities to make that push, but like even when they did make that push, it was just a little bit too little, a little too late. So like right now, like as you said, it's having some more aggressive comps right now, and like especially going into splat zones on Flounder Heights, potentially like seeing what they're going to be able to do here. Maybe see some weapon changes here. Maybe some like maybe just an overall gameplay strategy though. I think is like probably something you want to see because like we mentioned before, like these teams have had 1 week of practice, so they're not exactly the most refined when it comes to like having like dedicated like game plans and like having the dedicated set play. But like going in, you need to have like that understanding of like just try to make something happen here. You have to make a play happen at some point.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, the main thing I was going to comment on regarding Splats and Flounder Heights is the choice of Splatlings on both teams. Normally, I would recommend the Nautilus, but these two teams seem really determined to keep that Nautilus going. So I'm honestly really curious to see if Hyperink is going to switch off of the ballpoint actually, because on this map, I don't think a double splatling composition is the best idea. And you need some more aggressive options, and just 2 splatlings are way too slow. And in my opinion, on more vertical close quarters maps like this, I think a Nautilus serves aggressive compositions a lot better than Ballpoint. I mean, sure, it doesn't have that Inkjet, doesn't have that Fizzy Bomb, but it has the Charge Hold, which lets it maneuver around the map a lot more fluidly than Ballpoint, which can be really useful for some of the weapons that might come out here. And actually, we see Hyper Ink take a complete 180, get rid of all the Splatlings altogether, opting to go with a double bucket backline list composition,
Yeah,
while Team H pretty much stick with almost the same composition, just bring out that siege in here.
yep, you can tell that Hyper Rank definitely is like, okay, it's Flounder Heights is traditionally seen as a bucket map. So having like, yeah, we're just gonna have the sloshing machine, have the Tri Nouveau here. We're gonna use that to our advantage here with all the high ground here. But right now, both these teams just trying to fight off in neutral right here. As you see, both these teams trying to have like one zone picked off right now. Side of Hyper Inc. just trying to stay alive because right now H does have a slight lead right now in terms of zone. H is gonna be able to cap the zone once again though, and now you see just trying to like keep this up because it being a two zone map after all, just being it can be very chaotic at times, just trying to like maintain one zone and then realizing another zone gets picked. But now with that the orange Booyah Bomb coming out now from the side of Hyper Inc. Now not going to be able to do much though, as H is going to start ticking down now, having some specials online now, and now potentially make this a bit of a snowball.
Oh yeah, and actually, as people go down on both sides, actually, Hyper Inc. going two down. That carbon dying just took a lot of forward pressure off of Team H, and Hyper Inc. has not managed to flip the zone. They managed to neutralize it a few times, but they really need to flip it if they want to give Team H some penalty. 24 points on the board is looking really scary, and that gives Team H a lot of possibilities for a knockout. It's getting them really close to that knockout territory. No teams have lost members. Actually, never mind. Hyper Inc. have their machine go down. The Tri Nouveau is forced to jump back in, wasting a lot of time. And the carbon goes down yet again, and Team H are having no problem at all keeping this zone locked down. But just as I say that, two go down on the side of Team H. Hyper Inc. slowly starting to get a little bit of leeway, but it's only the carbon left, and that's a wipeout on the side of Hyper Inc. Team H take back the zone, and that is game two going to Team H.
That was just a very dominant game from the end of Team H, right? As you were mentioning multiple times, yes, Hyper Inc. was able to take a zone, maybe neutralize both zones, but they were never able to flip the zones. And you saw just from positioning aspects how Team H was just able to like always just be in front of their one zone. So they just like limited the amount of space Hyper Inc. had to really make any plays there. And even with some like specials coming out from the end of Hyper Inc., there was just like nowhere to go for them to go for them, and you just saw them get wiped out, and then you saw them just try to struggle to fight, come back in, and take even their zone back. But yeah, that was just amazing play from the side of Team H.
Yeah, no, Team H, honestly, I'm they I don't know how to describe it. They're playing so they're playing really pick center. They're not playing so much off of specials compared to, ironically, Hyper Inc. With their really aggressive playstyle. But really, all that Team H is doing is just kind of playing pretty slow at times to punish Hyper Inc.'s a lot of times rash over aggression, which we really saw on that Flounder Heights game was really highlighted there with just how difficult it was for Hyper Inc. to move really anywhere near the zone, much less neutralize it or cap it. And that's the biggest thing. Hyper Inc. need to find a way to either match Team H's playstyle or break through the defensive stronghold that Team H is doing such a great job of setting up.
Yeah, and as we go into Game Three, Tower Control on Hagglefish, I'm really interested to see how H is going to be able to use that like pick heavy play style as you've been mentioning there, because they're as you've been mentioning, they haven't exactly been playing for specials normally, but with they're going to able to just like get a consistent numbers advantage throughout most of Game Three on Tower Control. The specials are just going to come naturally, and it's just going to make it really difficult for Hyper Inc. to really adapt and really respond on the defensive play. So if H gets out to a lead early on this next game, I wouldn't be surprised to see them be as dominant as they were in the first two games.
No, for sure. And yeah, we're moving in here. Game three. This is like we saw in the last set. This is the last chance for Hyper Inc. to get some points. To get some points on their roster. The set will not go to them, but they might get a few points that might affect their standing in the single elimination bracket seeding. We're moving in here. Both teams coming out with the Splatlings. Team H sticking with their tried and true Nautilus, while Hyper Inc. go back to the ballpoint. They did seem to think that it was a good idea to go back to that. While Team H really very few changes compared to Hyper Inc., which went back to a very similar composition that they showed off in Game One, and it is kind of starting to show some results as three go down on the side of Team H, threatening the pick on the junior. Not quite gonna get it, but the damage has been done. With 30 seconds in, Team H is already kind of on the back foot, and Hyper Inc. setting up a great push on this right side of the map.
Up, and that's exactly what you wanted to see from the side of Hyper Inc. there, being able to find their own picks and have some specials online, being able to use that to take their advantage and just keep moving forward. Because you see them are consistently putting H into a 2-down situation here. Durain is going to come out from H, going to stall the push a little bit, but with the Inkjet now online for the end of Hyper Inc., as well as the core, you see the Nautilus peeking on the right side. It's like gonna be a bit difficult for H to like really get back into neutral right here. The Inkjet is gonna come out from the end of Hyper Ink, just trying to find some picks there. Not gonna be able to find anything right now. As I say that, they find one, and then they're gonna get one that's gonna be pretty massive right here, especially going down into like the 1.5 minute mark right here with the first 90 seconds. H hasn't looked like they're gonna be able to make a push of their own yet, but they are gonna force Hyper Ink into a 2-down situation briefly. Just try to find some picks as we've been saying multiple times right now. But right now, maybe this 3-down situation is gonna be the start of something for H.
Team H finally starting to get their footing, regain their footing, starting to set up a push that will easily clear the lead from Hyper Inc. Their C Junior does go down. Their Custom Flash Junior does go down, which is not ideal for them. But the Inkjet from the Tri-Slosher is going to make a lot of space for them to move and get another pick, keeping their push alive. They are going to be forced to move back with not only 3 players down, but also a lot of specials coming out from Hyper Inc. But regardless, not only did they get a pretty decent push all the way to 50, but also Hyper Inc. invested a lot of resources just to stop that one push. They used the Inkjet, they used the Booyah Bomb, they used really all of their specials. And that's going to leave them with very little to defend against this counter push that we're seeing Team H set up with so many picks coming out from them.
Exactly, and one thing that really led to that is H having the tactical play that's been really good for them this entire set so far. Even after going into a getting wiped out, they were able to just come back in, and before Hyper Inc. was able to really build any specials of their own and really just make any bit of a lead. And so once again, H is already back onto an offensive push right here, despite losing fights multiple times, just having that consistent advantage when it comes to having the core, just having the speed there. And now it's like been very difficult for Hyper Inc. to really get anything going. Their soda is going to come out though, and they are going to force a 2-down situation from the side of H, but H still has the tower advantage, and it still has it within the territory of Hyper Inc.
Yeah, we're seeing. I mean, sure, Team H is getting their team members just can't quite seem to stay alive, but it doesn't really matter when we're playing so aggressively with that cooler, with those picks. They do get wiped out, but they're gonna come back really fast thanks to that tacticooler, which makes Hyper Inc. just once again on the back foot. They are struggling to get back into mid, set up a good true neutral between the two teams, and regain their footing. Team H is not letting up with the aggression right now.
Yup, and now we see Hyper Inc. finally try to get a push of their own. And once again, the bubble is out. They have the Booyah Bomb also coming out. Now they are going to get past the 80 and get to that checkpoint right there. It's going to be really important for them to break the checkpoint because they only have a minute to go right here. And losing trades, especially against a team that is using a core so effectively, is really bad in this situation here, as H is going to be able to just keep coming back. And as we say that, H once again takes the tower, and they have 3 specials online. The core is going to come out. You have the Inkjet also coming out, and they still have the Rain also online right here. They're just able to keep winning these fights, and right now, with about 30 seconds to go, losing fights from the side of Hyper Inc. is going to be so detrimental to making a comeback happen.
Yeah, Team H just their pushes are so devastating, and their defenses do a great job of keeping the Slayers of Hyper Inc. from really doing anything. The only weapon that kind of keeps contesting them is the ballpoint, but that's only because of its massive range advantage over the weapons on the side of Team H. But the rest of the weapons, the 2 sloshers, the junior, can't get anywhere near Team H to actually get a good impact, and that's really what sealed the deal. And that's going to be 3-0 going to Team H over Hyper Inc., giving them all 3 games in the set. Congratulations to them.
Team H honestly just played like the best defense is just having an amazing offense. If they were just like keep putting their foot on the gas right there and just like never relenting with that kind of aggression, they were always able to like keep Hyper Inc. on the back foot, as we've been saying multiple times. Just like that level of aggression, that level of speed has been really important, especially in a setting like this where they've had 1 week, being able to just like kind of like overwhelm an opponent who doesn't really have that set play to have that necessarily that refined game plan could just be the strategy going forward for Team H as they go farther in this bracket.
Yeah, this. Yeah. Well, this is. Yeah, this is really starting to heat up, and as the sets go on, we're starting to see some of the strategies that these teams come up with, and they're honestly really amusing to see. In the first set, we saw a Tetra dually composition go up against a Sorella Tenebrella, two weapons that have been seeing some rise but aren't quite as popular as some of the classic meta picks of the moment right now. We're seeing these two teams come out with a Nautilus, the Ballpoint, the several sloshers. So these teams are really getting creative with what they want to pull off. But regardless, we're going to be right back after a short break to set up set three for you all. So we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
And we are back with CCA Study Abroad. We are here in round three of Swiss now. Going in, we have the Boneless Squids versus Raw. And I'm Spicy. I'm joined by my fellow commentator, Bio. And I've been having a good time, Bio, with the first two sets so far. I don't know about you. So I'm hoping to see some more good gameplay coming in from teams that have only been around for about a week.
Yeah, no, these teams have really been giving us a blast. Not only to watch, but also to commentate. It's been really entertaining to see what these teams come up with, like you said, just 1 week of preparation time, right? And yeah, we've seen everything ranging from double splatling compositions, double bucket compositions, ten umbrella, tetra, you name it, we've probably seen it. So. It's and I'm guessing it's only going to get even more chaotic as it goes on, as we see even more teams try to make their kind of spur of the moment strategies work in this Swiss bracket. But regardless, yeah, we're moving on to set three here. Our first game is going to be on Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. We all have very mixed opinions on the map and definitely mixed opinions on the mode. But I want to hear your thoughts on this, Spicy. How do you think these teams should approach playing this?
Rainmaker Undertow is one of the maps of Rainmaker to say the least right here. I'm actually really interested to see like what kind of weapons we see here, and then they'll like, ooh, an E-Leader in Rainmaker. That's an interesting pick sometimes. But on Undertow, I guess it does make sense here, and you see the anchorless comp from the other team right now. So I'm really interested to see like how do these teams win fights first? Because Rainmaker, Undertow especially, you want to win the fights and then make pushes happen. Because without that happening, you're gonna have a really difficult time really making anything happen so far. As they see the missiles already coming out from their side, just trying to get as many people in as possible. They're gonna find three right now and look to see if they're gonna be able to find any picks right here or just find some position. They do get two down now from their side, three down now from the side of Ra, as Boneless Squids, I think, in the blue are going to be able to go make that push onto the left side, but they get stopped at the 91.
Yeah, that was an explosive opening from what I believe is Raw in the orange. They are this is just really fast, and honestly, what I'm really curious to see is the fact that these both teams are running um the most popular missile weapon right now, the Wiper Deco. Definitely doesn't have the output compared to something like a Flingza, a Good Tuber, or a reflux, but what it does have is fighting potential and a fantastic sub. So the, that's the main thing that it has going for it. We're not going to see that many missiles come out, but the main weapon of Viper is still insane. I'm going to see these two teams take advantage of that really, really well.
Yeah, and a three-down situation now from the side of Ra is going to make it really difficult there. The Kraken does come out now from the side of the Boneless Squid. Boneless Squids are going to have it on the right side there. They are going to potentially use that to potentially make a right side push, maybe. They are fainting over there, but they go two down in the process, though. And with having the missiles also online for the side of Ra, it's going to make things really difficult for them to make anything happen right here. But that's a push now coming out from the side of Raw. They aren't going to get stopped at the 62, though. And now having it down, the missiles are going to come out right now. Going to keep stalling us out. And with this, a lot of explosive play so far. But right now, Raw is going to be able to take that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and Ra doing really aggressively with this shot coming on the left side, but it's not going to be enough. A wipeout coming out on the side of Ra. Boneless Squid's going to have a lot of space to work with now, rushing that Rainmaker to the left side to see if they can get the lead and possibly extend it on that left side. They are going to get it. Missiles to displays, really all of Boneless Squids and all of Boneless Squids and Ra just really struggling to defend right now. Boneless Squids just taking it all the way there, but it's not going to happen. Verde with the splatter shot is going to be able to stop it, but it's not quite enough, and it is going to be Raw, I believe, taking game. No, sorry, no, Boneless Squids taking game one.
Great play right there from the Boneless Squids. Even after losing that first checkpoint, they were able to just like just win fights basically, and then like win coordinated team fights especially, and just end up getting to successfully get those pushes, getting into that first checkpoint after losing the first, and then after that first checkpoint, they kind of just didn't look back, taking it all the way to the 5, and then just in a absolute brawl in that right at the last check. They were just able to get it after a bit and just like secure that first game. Good solid play right then from the side of the Boneless Squids.
Yeah, but honestly, they did a great job of overwhelming. Their pace of play was so fast and aggressive once they got set up on that left side with that left checkpoint, and with those missiles, with those specials, with those main weapons coming out from Boneless Squids, it was really difficult for Raw to do really anything. But hope is not quite over yet as we move on to game two, Clam Blitz on Mako Mart, and this is definitely a great map for Raw to start bringing this back. This is a really well-known map, very volatile, especially thanks to the mode. And I think Raw definitely has a chance here, seeing as how they play a bit slower compared to Boneless Squids, and they can definitely take advantage of the map's geometry, the pace of play that the map rewards, to maybe get an edge over Boneless Squids.
Yeah, I think that dynamic and like the pace of play between both teams has like been really interesting to see so far because you've been seeing a lot of teams so far in this tournament have been opting to use like more aggressive comps right now. But now like having that maybe the change of pace right there, it's gonna be interesting to see and just seeing like how does the slower pace of Raw potentially having like the E leader I think on their team and like having like other weapons to really deal with that. It's gonna make it potentially interesting here as there I see the missiles come out from the side of the Boneless Squids, just trying to force something happening neutral right here. But cores are online for both teams right now. The core from Raw, I think that is, comes out early though, and now it's like just trying to fight off some player teams neutral right now, as like both teams are gonna go two down and just trying to get specials online, just potentially build clam.
Yeah, but Raw honestly struggling to make use of their special. This Trizuka finds nothing. They do manage to get a pick on the crack on roller and the machine. That's going to be two down, but the missiles are going to make it difficult for them to move forward. They're getting displaced and going right into the line of fire from some of Boneless Squid Slayers. That Zap and the Wiper going down to the side of Raw. That's going to slow down their momentum quite a little bit. The Elio just gets set up in a pretty aggressive position, going to be denying a lot of space for Boneless Squids. But if Raw can't take advantage of that covering fire, it's going to be really difficult for them to move forward, and especially if they lose two of their members. Three now to the crack on roller, looking for the quad. Not quite going to get it, but the damage has been done. And Boneless Squids once again defend against Raw's attempt of a push.
Yeah, and you see that Raw is just like able to deny so much space with having the E leader and then having the Trizuka come out from at the same time. It's gonna make it really difficult. And now they have a good opportunity for a push right here. The core is gonna come out now. The Booyah Bomb is gonna look to stop a push potentially here. Just they are gonna get to take them down right there, find that pick. But no clams really from the side of either team, at least not enough to build a power right now. And now it's gonna be really difficult. Like both teams just like he's been saying before, it could be a slower pace of play right now. And even having the cores to up the speed, it hasn't really been enough to really make any significant or solid push yet.
Yeah, Raw really need to start stepping it up. Both teams are still at 100 now. It has been leveled um in favor of Raw. Boneless Squid struggling to defend a little bit. They do manage to get two picks, three picks now. It's only the Zap alive on the side of Boneless Squids. They're going to decide. They're going to opt to back up really far away, but that is going to be a few points on the board for Raw, all the way to 68. And now the pressure is on Boneless Squids to bring this back with a little bit over 2 minutes 20 left.
And with the missiles coming out, Boneless Squids are going to look to potentially make a play soon right here. They have the Kraken also have Core online, and they have the two power clams ready. Core comes out right now. They're just trying to make their way through Raw's defensive stronghold right here. As the Zuka is going to come out, just trying to make it really difficult as Boneless Squids are having a hard time maneuvering the neutral mid right now as like they're just having such a perfect and the hammer coming out right now also they are just being denied space and just being pushed so far back, not being able to really make anything happen.
Yeah, the wiper on the side of Boneless Squid's frantically trying to get a missile. They do manage to get it online and get a pick on the E leader. Didn't quite rotate fast enough, and that is going to be a really aggressive push coming out from Boneless Squids. But they start losing members. They lost their wiper. They lost their machine to Raw. They did manage to get a ball in, but it's not quite enough. A push of 80 is definitely not something to be very proud of. Some clams do go in. They need to stop the swiper before they can get it in. Ooh, but it's not quite gonna happen. And just in the nick of time, Boneless Squids get the lead back. Very slight, only 54, but the pressure is building for Raw to bring this back with just 60 seconds left on the clock.
Up and the pity clam is also in play for the side of Raw right here. They're only down a couple clams as well with a minute to go here. They need to try and figure out a way to keep this basket open. They're not going to be able to do so though. And now a pity clam is also once again up for the side of Raw. And now it's like both teams have a pity available. The core is going to come out now from the side of the Boneless Squids, just trying to make something happen here in the last 40 seconds. So the E-Leader is doing its best to do what they can just to like deny space and try to like keep Boneless Squids at bay right now, but right now in a 2-down situation for the Boneless Squids, they have a pity clam though, but it's not going to be enough right here. But it looks like Raw's going to be able to take the lead, and having that other clam come in, that's massive at the last 20, 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, a lead of 32 right now with 15 seconds left on the clock, and it's still going down. That is massive for Raw. They do a 3 down. The Zap is the last one alive yet again, but the damage is so severe with just they overtime has just now started, and Raw are honestly really comfortable right now. They are wasting a they're forcing Boneless Squids to waste a lot of special. They wasted that crack, and they're not gonna have that to push in. Less than half of overtime left on, but a jump is going to end up winning the basket. Yes, they do. Just a few clams in. They just need one more clam, but it's not quite gonna happen. Raw managing to defend right there, and Boneless Squids are going to end up not quite edging out the lead, and that's going to be game 2 going to Raw, bringing us to our first, tie in this tournament, moving these two teams to a game 3 that will settle the winner of this set. Things are starting to heat up really quick.
Yep, that was a phenomenal match there. You saw like great play from both teams. You saw Boneless Squids being able to make plays of their own, and then you see Raw responding back. And it really just came down to that final push right there. And Boneless Squids just one clam away. One clam away was really determined. Was really just what ends up deciding that game right there. And then, honestly, I'm going into this next game knowing that one clam could have just been what determined this entire set. I'm very excited to see what we have going for us in game 3.
Yeah, the map that's gonna settle everything is Splat Zones on Mahi Resort. A lot of mixed opinions on this map. We have heard everything from it is a bottom 3 map to being one of the best zones maps that we have available in Splatoon 3. So the community is really split on how quote unquote good this map is to play on. But that doesn't matter since these two teams will have to play on this if they want to settle this tie right now. So the stakes are really high for both teams, especially as we start nearing the end of Swiss bracket and points start to matter a lot more for the calculation into Top Cut.
Yeah, exactly right here. And now we know this is a very volatile map mode combination here with a lot of stuff potentially happening. E-Leader, especially from the side of Rock, could just potentially just see everything on the map just at once and really just control the game, honestly. So that's a good thing for the side of Raw, at least. But right now, I'm really interested to see, like, how do you both these teams respond? Because honestly, that last game could have been a bit mentally tiring, especially considering this is round 3 of Swiss right here. Who has it in them to like keep this going, knowing that this is the what's going to determine this set and potentially maybe be the determining factor for who ends up going into like top cut bracket.
Yeah, this is the stakes are much higher than just this one set. This might also be what dictates the trend of which team goes on to Top Gun. I mean, sure, there's still one more match left in Swiss, but we're still over halfway done with the Swiss bracket. So these two teams really need to get their A game going on this third match. Splatoons on Mahi Mahi Resort. Boneless Squids bringing out the S Blast 92. Very interesting, a brand new weapon that was introduced this season. And we've seen a lot of players try to experiment with it, but it hasn't seen that much use. And actually, we're seeing Boneless Squid struggle to make it work as they go 2 down and lose the zone very quickly. The roller is still alive on the side of Boneless Squids, stalling out a lot with that bubbler, giving their team a lot of time to get back in, and forcing Raw back pretty far. Actually, switching over the advantage state to Boneless Squids.
Yeah, and having that advantage switch is going to be massive right here, as Boneless Squids are going to be able to take the lead right here. Dazuka finds one splat, not able to find anything else right here, just trying to close in now from the side of Raw. Raw is going to be able to flip the zone, but the Booyah Bomb is going to get shut down now from Boneless Squids right here, and both teams just trying to fight it out of neutral. We know Mahi zones has like next to no space, especially with the water level still this high. So it's good, like it's an incredibly volatile map at times, just being able to like get in, just trying to make a play happen. But right now, Boneless Squids are sitting tight with having the zone. There looks like they are going to be able to get out of their penalty as well.
Oh, the Elite are evening out the fight. They Raw lost their splatter shot, but it gets evened out. The S Blast is down, but they can't run into this many hitboxes. Boneless Squids doing a great job of defending their zone, and they are now over halfway done with the counter. Raw trying to make something happen with the missiles, with the Trizuka, and do actually get some picks and managed to flip the zone, giving Boneless Squids a 41 lead penalty. And if you're Raw right now, you take anything you can get.
Yup, exactly. You want to do anything you can get here. They are going to be able to shut down the sloshing machine too with that Booyah Bomb. And now Boneless Squids are going to go 3 down right here. This is exactly what you want to see from the side of Raw right now. Potentially maybe just going to have specials online. The Tactical is going to be up soon. The E-Leader's in a very aggressive position right now. And now they're going to look like they're going to be able to take the lead right here, as now Raw is the one up in an advantage. They're able to just keep going now, and you see this aggression come out from their side with the Tactical up, and they're just going to keep going right now, and let's see if Boneless Squids are going to be able to have a response with this coming out.
Yeah, and Raw pushed it all the way to 19, but it's not going to be enough. Boneless Squid managing to flip the zone, giving Raw a penalty in return, and this back and forth gameplay coming off from both teams is really making this dangerous. Both teams have a lot more space to work with. Now the floor level went down, the water level went down, and now, but regardless, it's still kind of in Raw's favor as Boneless Squids go 3 down. Their Zap is forced to go really far back into their base just to stay alive and farm that Tactical. And Raw is still sitting comfortably in mid.
Up, and even with the cooler out, Boneless Squids haven't been able to really make a significant push yet either, and they're just trying to fight it off in mid and haven't really been able to secure that, as Raw has just sitting nice. You see the E-Leader controlling space from that snipe right there. The Reef Slider is up though. The Reef Slider is going to get taken down with the S-Blast as the Trizuka makes an important pick right there, and it does look like they are going to the Raw is going to be able to work their way out. Maybe not, but right now, this last zone, it looks like it's going to be massive right here. They're in a 2-down situation, but do they have what it takes to hold right here? Is Boneless Squid's going to be able to force a penalty right now? His zone is absolutely nice, but it looks like Raw is going to be able to take an absolute nail-biter in the rubber match of the set and win the set 2-1.
Yeah, Raw just barely managing to edge it out at the end. Boneless Squid's not quite able to even to flip the zone, giving them a little bit more time. And like you said, that is going to be set going to Raw in a very close 2-1 win.
Yep, we've been due for a close 2-1 set so far, at least on stream, and we got it exactly what we were looking for. I know Mahi Zones is a very controversial map within the community right now, but at least from a spectator point of view, it's very fun to watch. I would imagine it's absolutely stressful to play in their shoes right now, playing with people you haven't really built up a ton of chemistry with, trying to make something happen in a tournament setting. But like, that was an incredible back and forth match from both teams, and both teams have really had their highlights going in that match and through the set as whole.
Yeah. Well, regardless, we're going to be taking a short break as we get ready for your last match of Swiss. If the stakes were high in this game 3 set that we just witnessed, they're going to be even higher for game 4 between the two teams that we're going to stream, because this would be what settles the possibility of them getting into Top Cut. So this is going to be the most hyped set in Swiss bracket. You don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. welcome back everybody to our final match of Swiss bracket. My name is Bio. I'm joined here by Spicy, and we are bringing you the finale of the Swiss bracket portion of a study abroad tournament.
Yep, and we've had some great sets so far in this tournament, but we've also had some great team names also, which is like, yeah, sometimes the gameplay's that good, sometimes the team name's even better than the gameplay. But right now, going into this last set of Swiss, where the stakes are as high as possible, whether you want to make it a top cut bracket, whether you're trying to make it into silver, anything's on the line. Everything's on the line here, honestly, as we go in between these next two teams. And I'm just really excited to see what we have in store going forward here.
Hey, yeah, no, for sure. And honestly, I mean, this is I know we mentioned it at the end of the last set, but this is the biggest set. This is probably just the second most important set, probably next to finals in the top cut bracket, just because this is what will determine whether a lot of teams make it to top cut or silver bracket. So the stakes are super high for these teams, and especially for the two teams we're going to be streaming right now. Thank you kindly versus It's Becoming a Problem. Fantastic pun from the latter. And yeah, we're going to be seeing them duke it out here on our first match. Tower control on Mako. Mar, tell me, Spicy, what do you think we're going to be seeing here based on what we've seen these other past pickups from the past sets bring out on maps like these?
It's been a recurring theme actually throughout this entire tournament so far, where aggressive comps, just in general, and like anchorless comps especially, have been like running this tournament basically, but to mixed results at times. But like you've been seeing a lot of aggression from like a lot of teams here running like really fast comps. The core making their teams even faster right here, as you see a core come out from one team right now, and then, yeah, both these teams running a tactical core and like and having a Naki Nova also rare. But yeah, both these teams have been trying to maybe playoff core because Tactical has been running the meta, running this tournament as well.
Yeah, and but honestly, I'm really curious to see Problem's composition. It's definitely pretty interesting. You mentioned the Anaki Nova for that inkjet output, but also the Blaster flings that we have not been seeing too much. We've seen a resurgence in Blaster thanks to the need for AoE right now in the current meta, but we saw a hard fall off from Flings due to better backline and missile weapons such as Wiper Deco or a lot of Splatling. And we're actually seeing that come into play as Thank You Kindly with that ballpoint to do a great job of getting a lot of distance pressure on the board and setting them up for a great push, already breaking the first checkpoint and putting a lot of pressure on Problem as they go two down.
Yep, and with the bubble also up for Thank You Kindly on the tower, it's been really easy for them to just make these pushes as that Zuka comes out and it's gonna wipe out on the inkjet right there as Thank You Kindly makes it all the way to the second checkpoint right there, not able to fully break it, but it's been an incredible push so far, taking it all the way to the 38 within the first 90 seconds of this game so far. And Thank You Kindly has just been having a really having a really good time making just being able to make plays happen here as it's Problems trying to make a push of their own, but they're gonna get two down, three down now on both sides right here as the tower is gonna revert back to neutral.
Yeah, and it is a show off between the ballpoint and the Anaki Nova. Which one will win? It will end up being a tie, actually. Wow, but yeah, it's not gonna matter too much. As regardless, the two teams are back into neutral. Both teams have their three players back on the board, with actually Problem getting a nice advantage state here with that bubble on the right side. But once again, the Suka from Thank You Kindly is getting so much consistent value, canceling that Zuka, canceling the Inkjet, getting a pick on that Blaster in right outside the bubble, and it's just getting so much consistent value on the members of Problem that it's making so much space and it's giving Thank You Kindly a lot of space to move forward and deal with Problem's aggression.
Exactly, yeah. Thank You Kindly's hero shot has been on an absolute tear, whether it be with their Trizuka being able to find these long distance picks or being able to just flank and call out where other enemies are and being able to just shut down. The Zuka once again comes out, and now with Thanky Kindly once again back on the tower with the cooler up, with the bubble up, they are just gonna be able to keep putting this pressure on. And problem is gonna having a problem of their own, just trying to get back in, just trying to stay alive and trying to defend right now because they're consistently going 2 down, 3 down. As Thanky Kindly is once again just able to keep going, they're gonna go 3 down in the process though, but they're gonna add a few more points to their lead already.
Yeah, the Zuka coming out once again from Thank You Kindly. They are just really farming these Zukas and trying to get value. Does not actually get a pick. That is a massive improvement on the side of Problem. That's going to give them a lot more space to work with. And actually, as they get a pick on the shot player, they do lose their blaster player, but it is evened out. And finally, we see a glimpse of a push coming out from Problem as they break past the first checkpoint, get a pick on the junior, and now Thank You Kindly is pretty staggered with with really no special aside from that inkjet to defend right now. The Problem do go 2 down. Thank You Kindly starts to get a little bit of an advantage, but it's just not quite enough. Both shooters go, well, no, 2 of the shooters go down on the side of Thank You Kindly. Problem trying, clawing at that penultimate checkpoint to try and get a little bit of footing there, but it's not quite enough. They're still at that 42 mark, not quite enough to get the lead, to take the lead from Thank You Kindly. And with less than a minute left on the clock, it's looking dangerous for Problem.
Yup, it's with less than a minute to go. This is a very scary situation for Problem right here. They have to make the most out of their time riding the tower right now, being able to find pushes and find picks. But right now, the Zuka is online. The Inkjet is online for Thank You Kindly right here. Both of them are going to come out, and you see the Zuka just being able to deny space along with the Inkjet. And now, it's having a problem is going to have another problem just trying to get to the tower and trying to get to that penultimate checkpoint, as you've been saying, because now with about 15 seconds to go, the tower is going to go back to neutral, and it does look like Thank You Kindly is going to have an advantage here.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Thank You Kindly doing a great job defending, but they get a pick on the ball point. This may just be what they were looking for. Thank you Kindly need to be really careful right now. But they're not going to get a checkpoint. 3 down. It's only the Flames left alive on the side of Problem, and it's not going to be enough. Thank You Kindly is going to be holding on with that bomb on the tower, clearing it out, and that is going to be game 1 going to Thank You Kindly.
You saw just a lot of like really strong play from a lot of the members of Thank You Kindly. That hero shot especially was just like an absolute menace for its becoming a problem right there. You saw like the Zuka getting multiple picks, being and then with their main weapon just being able to deny space and that's being able to find picks of their own. And couple that with some really good inkjet play from their ballpoint, and it was like Thank You Kindly when they were able to get set. They were basically able to just like keep pressure on and then basically never look back.
But no, but definitely Problem was also putting up a really nice fight, especially towards the end of the latter half of the game when they were trying to set up that push to get the lead. They made it all the way to the penultimate check, which is scarily close to the lead, a bit too close for comfort for Thank You Kindly. Thank You Kindly did manage to edge it out with just kind of a really scrappy brawl on the tower. They did manage to win it, but Problem came really close to getting that lead. It's just Thank You Kindly are getting a lot of value from their specials. The Inkjet, the Zuka especially, are always, or well, basically always getting at least 1 or 2 picks, and that's a huge problem for Problem. Uh, and so that's definitely something we're gonna have to see Problem adapt to if they want to have a chance of taking this set.
Yeah, exactly. And you saw that Problem was beginning to get some of the momentum towards the end of that last game. And I think that's going to be important for them going into Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. If they're able to really make some of those plays happen as they were towards the end of that last game, you could see them maybe be the one to jump out to that early lead and then see how they play from an advantage state, which especially in like Rainmaker, that could be pretty massive. Like if you're able to get the lead and just like keep the lead and make sure the other team is and just shut other teams down through your defense. That might be where we see Problem like makes their own statement and maybe makes a comeback here in the set.
We're gonna be moving in here. Game 2. This is looking really dangerous for a Problem. If they can't adapt quickly enough, this is going to take a huge dock out of their record and possibly possibly jeopardize their chances of getting into Top Gun. Like we mentioned at the beginning of the set, huge, very, very fast pop coming out from Thank You Kindly, but Problem just gonna shrug it off, get a clean pick onto the Zap, opening up quite a bit of space for them to move into mid and possibly get a counter push. The S blast on the side of Problem does unfortunately go down, two down both sides, but the Rainmaker is going to get targeted by a lot of missiles coming out from Problem's Flings. That is going to keep them from really moving anywhere outside of mid, and with 37 seconds left on the Rainmaker carrier. This honestly is looking pretty dangerous. They might just end up exploding if they can't take it to the top left side. Not quite. They're all going to get focused by Problem Slayers. And Thank You Kindly needs to hold on with their specials, with their positioning, with their paint to try and keep Problem from moving forward.
Yeah, and you see Problem really able to now make the most out of what they had there, being able to like win fights there with having those specials online. They are gonna go down though, and having now a 3-down situation. I think he kindly is able to respond nicely through that offensive push right there, being able to halt it really. And now they once again have the Rainmaker on hand. They don't have any specials online though, so it might be a bit more difficult for them to make a push here. But right now they're just trying to fight with the Rainmaker in mid, trying to just make it opening for their own right here. But the missiles online, the hammer online from the side of Problem. This could be a dangerous situation here, but they do. Thank You Kindly does force a 2-down situation here, and maybe they are gonna be able to look for a chance to get to that checkpoint, but they are just trying to fight for this right now. And right now, it looks a bit difficult. It looks like they are gonna go through the right side right here, trying to find something here, but now just amazing stalling on the end from the side of Problem, just being able to like stall and make sure that it took that long just to get any pushes really for the side of Thank You Kindly.
Yeah, and just as all home seemed lost, Problem's Viper managed to get a pick on the Rainmaker, keeping Thank You Kindly from getting a very strong push, not quite letting them get the checkpoint, and that is going to give Problem a lot of breathing room, especially as they start threatening this top left checkpoint. The Rainmaker does go down, and the ballpoint is raining fire from on top with the main weapon, with that inkjet. So I don't think it was that good an idea for Prom to take this top left side, which is, as I say, that to go down on the side of Thank You Kindly. Problem still keeping up. The ballpoint falls off the map. That is actually huge for Problem if they can get the Rainmaker, but not quite. It does get dropped off by Thank You Kindly. That's going to stall out a lot of time for Problem. They're going to opt to continue going on this top left side. If the Rainmaker can live the ballpoint onslaught, and they do, they're going to break through the checkpoint. That is a huge advantage for Problem. Thank You Kindly need to adapt quickly to get on this top left side to defend against the Rainmaker push, and they do. But regardless, that is still lead and the checkpoint for Problem, which can be huge as the game goes on.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again with both these teams so far. Both these teams have been struggling to really make a push because the other team has been having such good defense and been having really good made it really well just to stall it out right now. As Thank You Kindly is going to force a 3-down situation now, but it's like there. Now, Thank You Kindly has a long way to go though until they can really make a push. And with the way Problem's been able to like get set on defense here, and now with Thank You Kindly still having to get to that first checkpoint, this could be pretty massive situation right here, especially with only about a minute to go.
Yeah, and honestly, Thank You Kindly is pushing really aggressively without much thought. They have that tactic lure, but they need to play smart with it. Right now, they just all died without too much value, and Problem is having no trouble defending. They get the Rainmaker stalling on that right side. They don't quite manage to drop it though. This could be devastating, especially with Azuka getting 2 picks right now. Problem may have just been a huge blunder leaving that Rainmaker on the top left side. The checkpoint does fall to Thank You Kindly, and as the spinner moves down, a lot of special are being popped by Thank You Kindly. This is looking dangerous for Problem. They need to defend right now really aggressively. 20 seconds remaining, but the Rainmaker does actually go down 2 down side of Thank You Kindly. This might just be the moment that Problem was looking for. It's only the T-Tech left alive. They're going to try to salvage it with some tri-strikes, but it actually might be enough, but no, it's not quite going to be enough. Problem managed to hold on to the Rainmaker, but they die, and that is overtime for Thank You Kindly. This is just going back and forth. Thank You Kindly need to get the Rainmaker. but it's not quite going to be enough. They're going to get it in a really unfortunate situation. They die with it, and that is going to be Problem managing to edge out a 1-1 victory over Thank You Kindly and moving them on to a Game 3 tiebreaker.
The defense in that game from both teams was just amazing for the most part right there. Both these teams were really struggling to, one, just make it to that first checkpoint. And once those checkpoints were gone, we know that Rainmaker can be a game where after the checkpoint is down, it's just about absolute chaos and it's just easy way to get knockout. But really, you didn't see any team really have any attempt to really make much of a chance at a knockout, as both of them were just able to like be just get stalled out in by the other team's defense.
Yeah, and honestly, these two teams are really evenly matched. You saw how on that Rainmaker game. Sure, sure. Maybe Thank You Kindly got an advantage at the beginning and had control of the Rainmaker in the first minute or so. But Problem set the standard for pushing forward, getting that top left side, and managing to clutch out that checkpoint, which Thank You Kindly promptly followed, but not quite to the effectiveness that Problem had. And even though it was really close, both teams were edging for the same strategy, for the same route. It wasn't quite enough, and Problem just getting that slightly better defense, slightly better positioning, slightly better mechanical skill to keep Thank You Kindly at bay and edge out that win.
Yep, and as we're going into a deciding game here on Clan Blitz Manta Maria, you see potential weapon comp changes. Not really. So now it's like it's gonna come down to like which team has it, which team wants it more right now. This is a very high stakes game here. Winner of this gets a really good advantage in standings and has a much better shot at making either of the brackets right here. So it's gonna come down to like both these teams just trying to fight in neutral and then maybe make a push of their own beforehand, right? Because this is a very high stakes game here.
Yeah, we're seeing the slings again poked out from everything. Dies to an unfortunate bomb coming out from the T-Tech on the side. Thank You Kindly. Problem already off to a not ideal start. Tacticooler comes out. Tri-Strikes comes out. Inkjet comes out. Those are a lot of specials being used by Thank You Kindly, but Problem is struggling to deal with them. If Thank You Kindly can get a good push set up here, it could be devastating for Problem. And as they keep going down, down on the side of Problem. Thank You Kindly doing a great job of wipeout, actually. Thank You Kindly have a ton of clams to start throwing into the basket, setting up a great push. And this is not the start that you want if you are Problem. Thank You Kindly already down to 54 points remaining, and Problem just can't quite seem to stay alive. Two down on both sides now. But Thank You Kindly still scoring that ballpoint, staying alive, actually getting a pick on the Tri-Slosher. 45 points remaining now. They fall off the map, unfortunately. But the damage has been done. That's a 45-point lead, and we're not even at the 3-minute 30 mark. That is a great opening from Thank You Kindly.
Exactly, yeah, that was an explosive opening right there from the side of Thank You Kindly, being able to take it all the way to the 45 right there and then just be able to keep an advantage right now. But Problem starting to respond to their own right there, being able to force a 3-down situation, but they need to get some clams going. They see the S-Plus coming in and trying to look for an opportunity to score right here, and it does look like they will be able to. It looks like they're trying to try and force a dunk situation, maybe with a pity also. And now with the Reef Slider also online, our Reef Slider is going to come out, they're going to miss its mark though, but now Problem is going to respond by taking it all the way to the 60. It doesn't look like they have any. With getting wiped out, they're not going to be able to keep it open, but they are going to be able to tick away at the lead, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very scrappy push. They did cheese it a little bit with that jump in, but honestly, whatever works. And now Problem is threatening the lead of Thank You Kindly. They didn't really invest many resources into that push, and they're already at 60. Right? So Thank You Kindly need to start playing a lot more safe. They can't quite let their guard down too much, since Problem now only need like 2 power clams to get the lead pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and Problem's going to force a 3-down situation as well here. If they had the clams, really, they could make a potentially scary push right now, but right now they're just trying to find some clams and really just make something happen right here. You see, Problem's been having just a nice time being able to like win some fights occasionally now after that explosive opening from the end of Thank You Kindly. The problem is like they have some clams coming out right now and they have enough from their side. They could make some power clams too, and then potentially take the lead here. It's gonna be coming down to what do they have in store for making this push right here, as they see the core is out now, and you have see the Reef Slider also online, and they're trying to build up a hammer as well to potentially make a very scary push right here. But right now, we'll come down to the last 90 seconds, so the time is starting to tick, and their timer's going to come out. It's going to find 2 picks, and here they come. It's going to come. Probably doesn't get stopped by the strikes, though.
Ooh, that strike's definitely the MVP, stopping a lot, but if they can get the last power climb in, they don't! And that is going to be devastating for Problem. They were riding on that power climb to get them the lead. If that had gone in, that would have been all the way to 34, putting a lot of pressure on Thank You Kindly, but now, with just over 60 seconds left, Thank You Kindly is in a pretty comfortable spot. Just all they have to do is stay in mid-defend. They don't really need to push right now. And, I mean, even though the Trizuka got blocked by the cooler, it doesn't really matter that much. And as long as they just stay alive and keep Thank You Kindly from getting past mid, they're pretty comfortable. They don't need to push. All they have to do is defend. But just as I say that, Problem starts looking for some headway. Gets a few picks. They have 2 special online, the missiles and the Reef Slider. They have a ball with their main Slayer. I'm not sure if yeah, there you go. They're going to throw it back. But, man, Problem is not doing too hot right now. This S-Blast doing a great job getting so many picks while staying alive, opening up so much space for their team to possibly set up another push.
Yup, and Problem's got 99 problems right now, but having a power climb isn't one of them, as they have only 8 seconds to go before overtime kicks in. They have the power climb ready, and they have to core ready to potentially make a push here. It's going to come down to whether or not they're going to be able to make this push right now. They are going to take Thank You Kindly into a 3-down situation right here. This is going to come down to the wire. If they're going to be able to force it, the ball point is going to shut them down, though. Is it going to be enough for them? Is the 2 power claims come out, and there comes 1.
And they do take the lead at the last second. Problem managing to bring it back. Thank You Kindly not quite able to get that defense. Problem just 100%. 1-2, buckle my shoe. 3-4, you're dumb, bro. And Problem takes the final game in this play all 3 set, the very last game in Swiss bracket. And this has greatly increased our possibilities of making it into Top Cut.
Exactly. You saw just how that was a very tight game, back and forth for the most part right there. But even with their backs against the wall, it's becoming a problem. Like, nope, we're fine. We can make the play happen. We have the power clam to force overtime. We're gonna have another power clam to take the lead. They knew that, oh yeah, sure. 99 problems, we got 99 problems, but having the power clams isn't one of them, and they're just going to be able to win that game, win the set, and have a good chance to potentially make a bracket right here. Absolutely amazing play from them.
Yeah, congratulations to them. We are going to be going on a short break as we set up Top Cut Top Cut for Stream and Silver Bracket for the remainder of the teams. But now that Swiss bracket is over, we're moving on to the really exciting part of the tournament, where we're going to see the best of the best teams in this Swiss bracket duke it out for a chance to bring home, I don't know, bragging rights for this tournament. So you do not want to miss this. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with a switch of commentators and Top Cut. My name is Bio. You can find me at bio__29. Tell me, Spicy, where can we find you outside of this Twitch channel?
You can find me on Twitter at 2SpicyBM or on YouTube at just SpicyBM. It's been an absolute blast getting to commentate this, but you do not want to miss what Top Cut has to offer.
everyone, and welcome back to Study Abroad from the CCA. My name is Magic 8-Ball, and with me I have Nox.
Hello, we are going to be getting into this here. Always a great time to be commentating these CCA tournaments. It's so cool to see how much this group has grown. It's been wild to watch.
Right, from being, during the pandemic, only getting, scraping by with, 12 teams in a tournament, all of a sudden, blowing up to, completely filling up a 32-team tournament with, relative ease is kind of crazy. So, shout-outs to everyone behind the scenes who's been working hard. They have been awesome, but for now, we have some Splatoon to be played. I believe we have two lovely teams, including some names that I recognize, including Mewtwo and Dio.
Yeah.
So,
now, admittedly, I cannot deny that I actually am going to have a little bit of a bias, pretty much no matter what I do, because I'm currently on a team with Dio.
that would make sense.
Yep.
Right, okay.
That's how it goes.
So, what can you tell me a little bit about your friend, teammate, the Dio?
Dio is a very solid player, tends to be able to play just about everything in the game right now, has been flexing a lot, so I really can't tell you what they're going to play here. But they've been doing a lot of, slosher, tri-slosher, ballpoint, shots, just it's pretty, nothing too wild. Everything's pretty, this can work in the meta. What do you know about Mewtwo?
Mewtwo is a sloshing machine player, has been around for a long time. For 2018 kind of
Wow,
long
yeah.
time, is going to be probably doing very well. But this is a tournament, in case people are just joining us, where free agents who are all in college got together and had a week to practice, hash out strategies and things. So there could be anything and everything coming at us today. And these teams are here to have fun and push their luck, see who's the best on this day, and get to meet some new people, play with new players. So, we've got Stone's Inkblot, and this is going to be a great starter game to see what these teams are capable of.
Yeah, definitely. We're also seeing a Machine coming out here. Machine always does so well on this. Got so many fun ledges it can play. We are all seeing I think something coming out. I give the ballpoint view.
Ballpoint does have Inkjet. Could be a very good lockout opportunity. Gonna be a lot of blue paint, but that ballpoint does go down. This Wiper trying to find a little bit of something, a little bit of sauce with this hammer. Maybe you get some picks with the Ultra Stamp, but might get tripped out. Not gonna go down to it, but eventually Mustard gonna use that catch-up and paint all over that hammer.
Yeah, really great gameplay there to just try and keep themselves in this. They still have not managed to flip the zone, as we're seeing the blue team really just being able to set up here. T-Tech's starting to push in through this left side.
Gonna make a dash for the zone. You're able to get one down. There's a lot of orange trying to come out on the side of Fried, but it's not looking too easy right now. Oh, beautiful pick on this charger, and this could be turning the tide. Is able to. JD coming around the other side, helping to pincer that, and that's a good retake, right? That's the kind of play that you want to see if you're on the side of the orange. Yeah,
really great gameplay there. Good team coordination, really being able to capitalize very quickly off of that Chargers pick, and now they're using that ink back to help them really keep this push going. But they might have wanted to hold it just a bit longer, but if they can take out this inkjet, that's going to be absolutely massive, and they are able to.
What a beautiful heads-up play, and that's the kind of quick thinking that you need to see, because this game moves so fast. As you see this cooler running all the way up these grates, there's only a little bit of time left, being moving fast. Shrimp Fried Rice is going to have to keep this one locked down, and Team B is going to need to move fast. Unfortunately, one does go down. That's going to be lead, most likely, unless this Inkjet can get in the sky quickly. That charger goes down, but it's a trade out. Blue team is not looking too better for weather. That's a Booyah Bomb, and that's probably going to be the zone capture cleanly.
Yeah, Mewtwo doing an incredible job there with that machine, just really being able to hold people off, playing around those corners that they can hit around so well. And doing an of just
So that's going to do it for the first game. not too bad what we saw, right? It was two very like fast, overwhelming takes and push-ups, right? So these teams are probably struggling a little bit on the defensive end, which is typical for Inkblot, right? This is a very snowballing map. It's something you could get trapped up in those higher grounds. It's hard, but it definitely tests teams and makes sure that they can do that part of the game particularly well.
Yeah, it definitely does. It also really forces you to think about how you use your specials and when you use them. Unless, of course, it's Splatoon 2. But luckily, that game's in the past.
I did that while I was drinking. You can't make a joke like that while I'm trying to hydrate line the inside of my throat with hydrative materials. Otherwise, it will just come back up and I'll start aspirating. Like, okay, do you ever, like, take a drink and it goes down the wrong pipe, but not like in like a, like, oh, that affected me for like a second kind of way, but in like for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to be coughing until the sun comes up. Like, no end in sight. You're just, nothing could help your throat. And that is almost what happened.
Well, you know, it's a risk you take. It's important to make sure everything's a little goofy.
Goofy indeed. We're going to see if these teams are going to be goofy. On the second game, we've got the nice view of the harbor in the background. This is Hagglefish, right?
Yeah, it is. And we're going to be getting into it here. We are seeing a blaster coming out, not a weapon that we see all that often.
Ooh, interesting. Right, Cyan on the blaster. Gonna have that bubble. Very good, specifically on this map mode with the tower, to be able to get that on the tower, start pushing it basically for free. But of course, JD gonna be going down. This crab can also sit on the tower basically for free. Gonna finally get sniped after the ending. Nice one from Elixel?
Yeah, sure. Could be right.
I feel bad when I pronounce names incorrectly. It is Elixel on that charger, doing well. Push is gonna get stopped for now. There are specials on the board for Krill Issue. This could be a nice push.
Yeah, Krill Issue is gonna really want to look into setting up here. They're going to want to make sure that they have their specials ready for that defense. They do have those tri-strikes, which are always great for coming out here. Good to put a lot of pressure on, but the machine's looking to try and take them out. Not quite able to find it, though, before the crab finds them.
Finds them. Cooler's on the line. Shrimp fried rice just trying to back up slowly and safely. Back does come out. That's actually a really interesting strategy against Inkjet, right? The shots can't hit the ground. They're never going to get damage from it. Very nice, interesting counter strategies coming out. That bomb was so close to taking down that charger. And this is going to be finally yellow team pushing in one more time.
Yeah, looks like we're really starting to see them looking to get this push started. They have they have everything set up. They've got a lot of specials and they have a 2-down situation. So they're going to want to use these specials in just a little bit, but not quite yet. They out on that crab, though.
Have the crab out. Machine, Mewtwo doing a nice job once again. JD has the cooler. Could be good for making sure they can push back into mid with relative safety. As the jump comes in, we're going to be resetting back to neutral. And this cooler could be the difference maker unless they get flanked. And Ego trying to make sure that doesn't quite go down the way that Krill Issue wanted. This is a very good opportunity.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we are seeing them having that tacticooler ready, looking to start getting forward motion. Machine forcing that ball point out of place is absolutely massive. Forcing the ball point to have to be in a position where they can't get as good of lines is always great. They do go down there, though.
Do go down. This charger has been doing everything to keep these yellow members out of the fight. Has the ink back up once again, but getting forced out of position, really not in a good spot to use it, and gets flanked. That can't protect you from both sides. That's going to be a really nice opportunity. This Inkjet is online. Dio last. Going to be able to find that blaster, and that's going to be really nice because now they can sit around those corners with a little bit extra safety. But as I'm saying that, the yellow team goes down, and this is a sea of blue.
Yeah, and the machine's doing a great job setting up here in a position where they will have where everyone else will have a hard time shooting at them, since they don't have anything that plays around those ledges super well. Booyah Bomb coming out, gonna be able to force that ball point into a position that allows them to hopefully get this checkpoint, but no, not quite. The trip strike's coming out, and Vacuum can't guard against those.
No. Not quite going to be able to stop those, but is going to be still setting up good on this push. Just need to get through this checkpoint and then a little bit extra to make the lead. Not going to find it, though. A beautiful flank from Ego means that that charger goes down. They're dipping and diving and trying to shoot all around, whipping their controllers, and not going to be able to find it. Barely JD, it comes out on top. And this NZAP is staying alive with that ever so important cooler, and what do you know? That's the members of Shrimp Fried Rice being able to hold their own and keep this push going.
Yeah, really great job there from the Zap of getting those jumps in. They also have another 3-down situation. They're in the position to get lead here. They also have that vacuum ready. There are no specials ready from the blue team, from the yellow team, sorry. They do manage to take the tower, but not before lead gets switched. They do need to make a big push here. It is by no means undoable. Neither team has a checkpoint advantage here, but they're gonna need to use their specials really wisely.
Really wisely, 30 seconds. You don't really have that many opportunities to use these specials, and especially if you get flanked around with a suction bomb that's gonna be able to take down one of the most powerful specials you have. That's not the opportunity you're looking for. There's a bubble online as well, and another suction bomb down. This NZAP is on fire with these bombs, and although there's 2 down on the side of Real Issue, it's still a very good opportunity. The vac comes online, and they're going to be swimming right back up. Beautiful play.
Yeah, great awareness there, and some lucky bomb picks, to be fair. As much as I love to give credit for a good bomb pick, sometimes they are just a little bit lucky. You threw it in a good spot, absolutely. But it does require the other team to not notice it still.
There's a very interesting talk that I had with some players about with some players that I coach from, and they talked to me about Blue Lock, which I haven't seen yet. It's on the list. It's on the anime list. But one of the sayings they talk about is to quote unquote create your own luck, right?
Yeah.
Putting yourself into those good opportunities, making those decisions to say, all right, well, if I do something like this enough times, something lucky is bound to happen. They're bound to make a mistake or something along those lines, you know? And that's, I think that's interesting, and that's something that is at least a good topic of discussion.
Definitely. It definitely is a great topic of discussion. It's very similar to something that used to come up when I played volleyball of, if we just don't make big mistakes, the other team will make one before us. We just have to play safe and play smart until the other team messes up. Which doesn't always work, but you can do things to trick them into messing up. You can make things a little more complicated while still making pretty safe choices, which is what bombs are really good at.
Right, exactly. Trapping them, right? Really restricting their options. So, it's very interesting to talk about. That is going to be 2-0 though for Shrimp Fried Rice. They're going to be going into this game 3, right? This is best of 5. Yeah. Zach, am I crazy? I don't think he's listening. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Everybody's in the lobby still, so we can probably safely assume.
It is best of 5. I'm getting a word from on high. Yes, it is best of 5. They've got one more game to seal this round and move on in this top 8 bracket. Let's see what is going on here. Not too much change-up. Yeah, not too much change-up on either side.
Yeah. I like seeing that blaster and that machine coming out. I do worry about their paint output, but it seems like their Zap's been able to keep it up very well for them. But compared to the green team right now, the green team has so much paint to just put out there with those 3 shooters and a ballpoint.
It has been working, but let's see what happens on a map mode that doesn't really favor them. Gonna have this inkjet at the ready very soon, so it's a good opportunity, but Mewtwo is gonna shut that down immediately like they've been doing all day, and they're already trying to fish for this last one. This T-Tech that has the ink strikes is gonna be able to jump away. a little bit scared, but for good reason. This slosher machine has been an absolute monster. Look at that!
Yeah, that was a really great move out of them to be able to get that trade. The Zap is going to have to back off here, having that tactical already, allowing green team to take these here.
Have a good opportunity. Gonna throw that right on the choke point, which I really like, actually. But we're gonna see Cyan coming in from the side, being able to take Ego down on the far side, and is gonna create a lot of confusion for this yellow team, and is gonna do so quite effectively. That's a full wipe for the members of Shrimp Fried Rice. They've got a good opportunity here with the bubble, with the booyah, to make a push happen. They just need to start throwing out these haymakers and make something happen.
Yeah, and they have this bubble here ready for the checkpoint, gonna be able to help them get through it.
It's 3 down. Oh, you're gonna be able to get lead, and the vac comes out protecting the bubble as well. A very fun combination. Not only do you have a giant shield, but you have a suction to prevent that shield from getting any damage down. They're gonna swarm the tower on the side of Skrill Issue, but that's a very good push.
Really great push, really great coordination of specials there to be able to combo them like that. Something that people often underestimate is you can really brute force Bubbler's endurance.
You can, right? It's not made of paper, but it's definitely not made of steel, right? And they're gonna have to bend some way, and they do. Look at this yellow team is just trying to dance around this machine. Oh, it's so tough.
It's always so hard to get a machine out of those positions. Also hard to be a machine in those positions, though. Hard to survive them. Looks like the Charger's able to hold off this push for a little bit after the stall out from the machine and the blaster there. And we're seeing some specials probably about to come online here as they're looking to continue this push.
Well, Issue, 2.5 minutes gone in this game. They need to find something, maybe anything. But this cooler's online for Shrimp Fried, and it's going to mean they're going to have a lot of movement, a lot of potential to make plays. And there's just not a lot of room to be had on the side of Grill Issue. One's going to go down. This Inkjet's online, and so is the Booyah Bomb. Dio's going to try and find something and is able to get a couple players down. But are they going to be able to stop JD from coming in from the side and finishing off these picks? Ego is able to. This is a good opportunity. They just need to get something rolling. They need to get into these positions.
Ooh, but they're not going to be able to as the Charger and Machine call them out. Machine able to put a lot of pressure on tower here very safely. Once again, Machine's just so good at poking those angles and knowing, and this Machine especially is so good at knowing when they can without taking too many risks.
You can call that acupuncture. They know exactly where to put on the pressure. And this machine is going to be dancing with the cooler. It's going to have the quick respawn, so Shrimp Fried has many opportunities to save this checkpoint from going through, because that's what Krill Issue needs, a full checkpoint. And they've got to be able to get into these positions before that happens. The Charger goes down and knocks. This is a good opportunity as any.
Yeah. It is a very good opportunity, but that Booyah Bomb does slow them down. Blaster's on the flank, gonna be trying to get in time. Probably gonna be able to take out that T-Tech. No, does force them off tower, though. Looking to get that pick, able to, but not gonna be able to stop them from breaking this checkpoint. It's just the machine and the zap up. Seems like this will be a very big push here out of Krill Issue, as we're seeing Shrimp Fried Rice just go in and get picked off one at a time.
Go in one at a time is the last thing you want to be doing, especially against a team with a cooler. Finally, one goes down, 3 go down on the side of Krill Issue, but not without a lot of damage, and an Inkjet with jumps to be had. These players cannot fend off the onslaught that has been headed their way. You can already see the players are cheering, probably screaming in that voice chat. This is such a good play from Krill Issue.
Big trade, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be in time.
Not going to be in time. Krill Issue stays alive for now. They have a couple more chances to make it through to the next round, and for no small part because they decided that this was going to be the time that they really came alive with these plays, with these players.
Really great job there once they got that momentum going. They seem like they need to find their flow and their momentum, and they don't know what to do necessarily in that disadvantaged state, but they are good at the advantage state.
Right, exactly. We saw it in the first Inkblot game, right, where they had a really good stranglehold. They just need to get themselves into that position. They need to poke and prod for those openings, but it's so hard when you have that machine and the blaster with that all of that area damage on such tight maps. They finally found a way through. I think again just like taking a couple of those missteps, you know,
Yeah.
and pushing them on those missteps.
Yeah, it's so important to be able to punish any mistake the other team makes. That's such a critical part of this game is reacting to the mistakes. And obviously, if you get the pick, you get a good pick, you obviously want to claim as much space as you can. Splatoon 3 is a game all about space.
Mm-hmm. Because you can see it on the ground when you have the space.
Yes. The few times I've ever tried to play any other shooters, it's always like, I don't know where I'm allowed to be. Where's my
Right.
colors? Where's my silly little colors?
Right, it's so different from like an arena shooter where the space you take is a cone that extends to infinity, right? Whereas in
Yeah.
this game, it is very different. It is very localized, and the space
know-
is a lot more visual.
You know where you are allowed to be. You know when you are pushing into enemy territory. And it's part of why we're always so big on make sure you paint up everything. You don't know where they could be sharking. You leave one little patch of their ink and they are just hidden to you.
Exactly, and that is the scariest part, right? Is
Mhm.
you can't clear out enemies like you can in other shooters. In Valorant, if somebody's hiding in the corner, you peek around, you say hello, and you slice them and dice them. But in this game, you can't just nothing is you. I don't want to say you can't trust your own senses,
But
right?
also, you kind of can't. We've seen
Right.
some wild Rainmaker plays over the years where you just didn't paint that one puddle. You just didn't paint that one little puddle. And in every Splatoon game, in every game in the series, somebody has been heavily punished by it.
And that's why, like, you need to almost develop this spidey sense. You know,
Yeah.
there's this sixth sense that you have to have. You can't trust anything.
Mhm.
You can't trust much else.
Brian
let's
is, I
see.
think, one of the best examples of that, using those audio cues that I don't know if anyone else listens for.
Right? No, exactly. But it's very different because there's a lot of like audio clutter in this game, etc., etc. And I don't know. We'll see if these players are going to be using these audio cues to stop dying to bombs. Shrimp Fried Rice is trying to take this home. Krill Issue is trying to stay in it. And there's a very... Speaking of a map mode where you need to have that sixth sense, this is
Yeah.
definitely one of them.
It definitely is. So many little corners, so many areas to hide in, and so many ledges to play around, which that blaster is going to have a great time with, along with that wiper. The wiper is a change up from them that does definitely allow a lot of forward aggression, way more so than Machine, and can keep up way better in a Rainmaker type of game.
And this is one of Machine's better map modes for sure, but I really like the Switch because there's a lot of tight corridors, right? Where Stamp is really useful, but also a lot of like longer straightaway areas where you can be that kind of that dippy, dodgy, divey kind of play style. And I really like that adjustment from them. Unfortunately, this adjustment does not seem to be going in their favor quite yet, as they are going to go 2 down to this Rainmaker shot as the cooler comes on a line for Krill Issue, and all of a sudden, this is a very, very threatening push.
Ballpoint getting a huge pick there on the Charger, really looking to get this set up. Definitely able to keep a lot of pressure up. The Crab Tank coming out, can't really be, but does get punished, luckily, taking advantage of that Blaster's AoE probably. Inkjet coming out, gonna be able to provide those jumps, but not to a super useful position. They do go down to the Wiper there, I believe. Really great shots from the Wiper, not a kind of pick you see very often.
Oh, interesting. So Cyan switched off of the Blaster and ended up going to the Wiper, and Mewtwo is now on that vanilla Blaster, and the switch up might be a little bit more comfortable for Cyan. You already see doing the dipping and dodging and diving and swinging around,
Yeah.
trying to go a little bit crazy, trying to wave their arms around like they just do not care, as they've got this hammer already at the ready.
Yeah, Wiper is so good at just applying this pressure, and we are seeing a big shark coming out here, looking to get a pick on the Zap, able to. Charger trying to pick them off, not quite able to get the shot off in time. Torpedo calling them out, but where was that Torpedo to keep their Zap live? And it's just the Wiper now.
Just the Wiper, who does slash through that Eggo waffle with like a butter knife, not spreading the butter, but cutting right through it. Theirs is a good opportunity though. Dio is gonna trade out with that Charger that has been so oppressive for the time being. 2 players go down on the side of blue, make that 3. It's just Cyan who doesn't have a good chance to stop this Rainmaker, but there's not a lot of paint in front of them. They're going to get a few points, but is it going to be the push that they need? That's stopped at the door of the grate, of the unpaintable surface, which is very important, and Mewtwo's going to get a couple of picks.
Yeah, Mewtwo picking off that crab there was absolutely huge, taking advantage of the fact that Blaster is probably one of the better weapons if it can get in range of taking care of a crab, because you can just take advantage of that 50 damage AoE shot it has. Not something a lot of weapons get to use, and it's very useful, and especially from a machine player, it's not too different from that in a lot of ways.
Right, it isn't too different, but what is different is this way that we've been seeing Krill Issue playing. They've looked like a completely new team all of a sudden. They've been doing very well at staying alive, at keeping the aggression, that pressure from Shrimp Fried down. Fortunately, this is finally one opportunity they might have, but Eggo's gonna turn it around! How about those tables? They're turning! 3 down already from this super duper fast playing Splash, and he's just gonna keep rolling. I'm very impressed at this player.
Yeah, Echo's doing a great job here and has been able to keep up a ton of pressure throughout this game. Been getting off some huge flanks and some huge sharks. Not traditionally a playstyle we see a lot of Splashes have, but it's working out incredibly well for their team right now.
It might be just what they need, as this cooler once again is online. A little bit extra bonus in their paycheck on this push. There's 3 specials online, 4 shrimp fried rice, and they've got a checkpoint and then some to go through. Basically 2 checkpoints, if you ask me. And it's going to be up to Krill Issue to stop them like they've been doing this entire game, and it seems like they're going to be successful based on that first pick.
Yeah, they did a great job there, though, of waiting for Rainmaker to reset rather than overextending into enemy territory, allowing them a little bit more time to work with, rather than dying with that Rainmaker stuck in like that back right corner or something.
No, it's a very good call. You have to be patient every once in a while. Maybe not. This isn't the time to be patient. They need to go. This Rainmaker has the buns in the side area. Huxley is just stuffing them with that vacuum. That's 2 down. They did have a cooler, and Dio still has that ballpoint to punish them from afar if given the opportunity. They've got jumps in this top right area. They're going to send the Rainmaker shots over that way, but what is going to be the call on this push?
It is going to, they have to try and keep it going, but I don't know how they do with everybody going down. Just the Rainmaker left up in front. They don't have much time, and they're having to retreat, which just takes more time off the timer. Inkjet manages to take them out, and this is going to be a game 5.
How about it? First game on stream is a game 5. Krill Issue really adjusted though. Like, they seemed super dominant. Like you said, they might have just found their momentum.
Yeah, it also could be definitely a map difference though, because like Haggle TC is such a different flow than Inkblot TC. I'd say Inkblot TC almost has more in common with Electric Toad Rainmaker, like we just saw, where you can really just get that snowball with defense on it. It's so much harder to set up.
100%, right? That snowball, it's as good as green until it starts melting. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Sometimes the sun comes out. It's summer. The heat is hot. Climate change is going to probably disrupt our entire economy and ecosystem. And that snowball is going down fast.
Yeah.
So, sometimes you can't depend on that.
You really can't. There's so many finicky things in Splatoon where it's just, you look at the wrong player. You look at the wrong thing. And in Rainmaker, especially on this map, if you focus one side too much, it's really hard to reposition in a way where you can get back to the other.
Right. Just one small detail that you overlook can be the difference in Rainmaker. And we were going back to it. Rainmaker Scorch. This is the test of Rainmaker in this game, in my opinion. Probably the best Rainmaker map.
I agree. It's actually one of my favorite maps for, well, Rainmaker and Clams. Can't really give it the other 2 modes, sadly. I love the aesthetic of Scorch Gorge. Wish the other 2 modes were better on it. Wish it had a decent zones option, but it is what it is. This is a map where we can see Toxic Mist come in very handy. It's really good on the chokes here.
It is very good on the choke. Something like a try, a vanilla try, could be very good, very useful. Or the custom Jet Squelcher, which people seem to have completely forgotten about, which makes no sense to me because it's got mist, it's got rain, it's a very good set of.
It's such a consistent anchor. It will play consistently every time. You are not gambling at all with it. You know what you're getting.
Right. Like, yeah, it's not going to be like the most playmaking ever, right? You don't have opportunities to make tons of plays, but you're going to put down that mist, and it is something that the enemy team has to deal with. And if they're not ready for it, you get to go around town. Like, it's nice. It's very nice.
Yeah. It's so good at just holding space and giving people those jumps back in, and it's a really good Rainmaker carrier, is the other part of that. Like,
yes.
You're not losing out on offense there when you're switching it. Like, you're losing out on the mist, which can be nice on offense, but not as vital.
Correct. Right. It's very, very good. I hope we see it come out. I do hear a closet door opening. The supply closet has a visual of the broom getting ready for this reverse sweep. Yeah. Krill Issue really wants to take this one home. They are in pink, Shrimp Fried Rice in the green, and Cyan has once again switched weapons.
Yeah, but onto that Tri Nouveau. Once again, not really what we would have expected here. Both of us, I think, were leaning more towards seeing a vanilla Tri. But definitely still a great weapon. Has Fizzy Bomb, so it can't be that bad.
Mm-hmm. Double Fizzy on the side of Shrimp Fried.
Ooh.
That's going to be mustard going down at the hands of the burger. You two try and find something off of this Booyah Bomb, and has a good opportunity. JD ends up diving too forward a little bit, and Dio's getting caught in this corner, ends up trading. And on the other side of the map, all of a sudden, Oxlil is dunking this Rainmaker.
Yeah, not a path we see taken very often, but it definitely worked out well for them in that situation. Breaking that initial checkpoint is absolutely huge. It puts them in a way more comfortable state, knowing that they can easily move forward if they need to later on.
Exactly. Krill Issue needs to find an answer to that. It looks like they're going to at least have something with this cooler. Fortunately, the enemy team has one as well, and Mewtwo is benefiting from it massively. The crab comes online, and it is saying you can no longer pass like Gandalf. And unfortunately, these lords do not have rings. They're going down one more time. Ego is trying to go all the way across the Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that too much?
No, it wasn't. You're good. But they haven't popped yet, which puts them in an awkward situation. They are going to be able to get this push going, but they could have already been at checkpoint pretty much if they popped. They're still going to break it. It's just the splash up. So they're still in a very advantageous spot, but I was surprised that they had not already popped that Rainmaker in mid.
I was surprised as well, but they're seeming to go fast on this second grab. Already dipping towards that 50 mark, trying to get to 40, going around that pillow, able to squid roll up once again, looking like Sonder. If you know, you know.
Yeah. Seems like we're going to be seeing a couple more points coming out of them. They're going to really want to get them out here. We are seeing the Tacticler come out. It's just that ball point up. Hopefully that try doesn't grab. They are kind of needed for the forward aggression here. I was worried about that for a second. They're making sure they're painting up here. Always important. It seems like they're just going to let it reset since they know they've cleared out their base. Trying to some mid control. Might struggle to solve.
Dio's gonna have to kite here, not gonna be able to find anything against Mewtwo. Unfortunately goes down to that bomb though, right? And we talk about those unfortunate bomb deaths. That's probably one of them. That's another unfortunate way to go down. Getting tripped while in the trips. This is a good opportunity for Shrimp Fried to take it home. They've got 2 minutes to make a push all the way down to 13 in the enemy base, but can't do that if your friends are not at your side. Talk about the power of friendship.
Yeah. Seems like they're really struggling to find a good way in right now. We're just seeing the other team moving up so fluidly here, able to take advantage of this Inkjet now. Inkjet is so strong on this map.
Jet is so strong. Look at that. Take it to the skies. Unfortunately, the anti-air missile that is Elixir is going to be able to go down on to that Inkjet. That's going to be very nice. This is the opportunity that they're looking for. All of the paint is in their favor. They've got somebody at the ready, up at the front, protecting this Rainmaker from getting dove on. JD's in the back, probably has access to that cooler, and that Zap does have it. Excuse me, that's a splash. There's a DC on the side of
There is
Krill
a DC.
Issue at the worst possible timing, but Dio saves it with the Fizzy Bomb. They've got the Zap with the cooler at the ready to at least keep the respawns alive. They're gonna have to find some way to burn this clock, Nox.
And it seems like they might be able to, taking out that machine there, trying to drop that Rainmaker onto the right side. We are seeing the Inkjet coming out, managing to take out that Tri-Slosher, and we are seeing this Zap just really focusing on keeping paint up and keeping people out of this elbow.
Right, this is the most important choke point to hold. Unfortunately, that Slosher machine is beautiful at breaching it. Gonna be able to back up here, being forced away. The paint is still on the ground, but Cyan is in. That could be everything. The Booyah comes online, and Mustard goes down. That Tentatek not gonna have the trip strikes to stop this push. They're trying to keep the paint down. Dio's gonna have to make a last stand, but doesn't able to. Mustard finally comes back online and gets the kill with the bomb, maybe? But no, players are down. Big Gay has to find something, and no, that's gonna do it. That's the push for shrimp fried rice.
And so what we're going to see right now is Krill Issue just needs to play smart and play calm. They are in such an advantage state. They have nothing to worry about. They have 2 Fizzy Bombs to play with. They've got a Crab, they've got a Booyah Bomb, and they've got Trip Strikes. They don't need to take any risks here.
And they've got a Sharking Cyan who's looking so desperately to find this pick. But unfortunately, that truck position might not benefit them anymore. But no, the Trip Strikes is going to force them into it. No! And that's what we talk about, the 6 cents, the Spidey sense. They needed to find that Tri-Slosher.
It is. Those were great Trip Strikes coming out of Oxalil there, too. Just really able to, knowing how to push them into that Tri-Slosher. That's absolutely huge team play there.
And if you're on the side of Krill Issue, that's the most heartbreaking way to go. But Shrimp Fried Rice played well that entire set, right?
Yeah. Sometimes that's just how it goes. It is a part of Splatoon. DCs do happen, and sometimes they are just unfortunate. But we did see incredible games there. We did see a great Game 5, and I think that still could have been doable by Krill Issue to make that push still, with how well they ended up playing there at the end.
Indeed. Shoutouts to them. I believe with that, we're going to take a small break and get ready for the next match. Stick around, we will be right back. We apologize for the Splatoon moment.
Yes.
But thank you all for tuning in so far. We will be right back with the semifinals of Study Abroad.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to CCA Summer Abroad. We are getting into a set midway here. I am Nox. I am joined here by...
I am Magic 8 Ball, and we are going to have a wonderful match between X-Rank Grinders, who have 2 games, and that is Silflux Dashing Oscar Go, fantastic username, and Eepy, versus Krillians, which is Vapor, Hannah, Sawyer, and I'm sorry, I need to brush up on my katakana, because I cannot read that. So, it's game 4. We're going to Clamblitz on Macomart.
Always an exciting map mode.
And I know Vapor is going to be pulling out some fun stuff.
Yeah. This is one of the maps where we can definitely see those interesting picks come out because of all the map geometry going on. I have a friend who actually will go Clash Blaster unironically here sometimes.
No, that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I know Luna players like this map a lot, and is like the only time they will ever use it. Which I understandable, but then of course like they run into like 2 tri-sloshers and go, well, it was nice while it lasted. That thought of mine that was fleeting at best.
But if it's all shooters on the other team, they're thriving.
Right, that is where they are. That is peak.
That they're living their
the
best
kids
lives. They've never experienced anything better. But yeah, buckets on this map are definitely something. They're cooking. They thrive. If Xflow didn't get destroyed by everything, this would be Xflow's best zones map still.
We're probably gonna see the Explo from Vapor, to be honest.
I would love that.
I would love that too.
Xflow. It's one of my favorite weapons. I would also love to see more tri-stringers coming out, but I think we'll get there. I think those buffs will be enough to get people to push it.
I hope so. I hope so. You know, like, because I've always been a Reflux believer, right? And it's sad that we only have like 2 bows.
Hopefully
we just
next
need one
match.
more. Hopefully.
My big thing here is, oh yes, getting into the actual game. So true.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. We are going to see the tri-stringer coming out here from Oscar Go and the Expo from Vapor. Actually pretty similar in the roles they fill on maps like this too. We are also seeing a blaster. We're seeing so many fun little weapons.
And this is why I love collegiate tournaments. People will play anything and everything, and that is why I love watching them, because we get to see anything and everything. Here we see the Explo doing its best, doing what it does best, trying to hit around those crazy map geometries, those little wacky pillows on the sides. They're gonna have to get missiled though, and that's a cooler, and that S-Blast is down for the count. This is actually a really good opportunity for the members of X-Rank Grinders.
Yeah, X-Rank Grinders doing a good job here of being able to put a lot of pressure on pretty quickly. I'm impressed that Vapor's still holding this stack with everything that happened. That's a really impressive position to be able to hold in these scenarios. And we're seeing them putting a lot of pressure on these areas now. Admittedly, the tri-stringer is one of the few things that can kind of challenge them in regards to still having those. They kind of neutralize each other a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Like they're gonna do it here. They're gonna just try and chip each other down and then back up. Yeah. Oh wait, no. Maybe Vapor's gonna get. No. Okay. There he goes. Yeah. See, like they poke each other out. It's very funny. Speaking of poking, they're gonna poke that one in. Dashing gets a massive reef slider and is able to take down that push, stop it in its tracks. X-Ray Grinders looking very good.
Yeah, that blaster is such an interesting weapon because it does combo with its own reef sliders pretty well, which is not a dynamic we think about very often because reef slider is still such a finicky special, but it being able to do that is absolutely massive. We're seeing them starting to be able to push towards lead here. They might be able to get a jump in with that power clam that's stuck in the back, but they might not be able to in time. But they have pushed all the way to 62, which is a solid opening. And they're definitely going to maybe consider backing off here as Escargot is really setting up on this left stack, starting to get pushed out by that Inzap.
Just trying to get a couple of pod shots in, a couple of little explosive arrows down. Finally going to have to back up. This brush scraping around in the middle of the map and is going to be able to find the members of X-Rank Grinders. That's a delayed wipe and a lot of blue on the map. This is a very good opportunity considering the specials that are online, but they just need to be able to get past these missiles.
And we are also seeing the rain coming out here to try and get this X-Flow in past this tri-stringer. Once again, very funny interactions between the two weapons. It's just 2 people chipping each other. This is a very chip-heavy comp on both sides, and it's not something we see very often, but it's definitely an interesting interaction.
It is. It's. I'm gonna commit a gamer sin, which is talk about League of Legends. There's things that we call poke comps in League of Legends,
Yeah.
especially when you play things like ARAM, right? And
Sure.
it's a very similar kind of thing, right? Where you have the long range skill shots that you need to be able to dodge and work around, and you're not going to be. The goal is to get the health down of the enemy team just enough so that when you dive, you can clean them up quickly, you can burst them down, right? And have that advantageous fight. So they're trying to do the same thing here. It is a very similar way of playing. You're trying to just like poke and prod and chip them down enough so that when you dive in finally, like with those tetras, you can get that advantage.
Yeah, these comps are actually very similar from both sides. I know they're pretty different weapons all around aside from the NZAP, but a lot of the weapons achieve similar jobs, with the exception of, I guess, the Octo-Russian S-Blast, but even then, sort of.
Sort of. They're gonna have a push.
Missile's
Okay.
doing a lot of damage there, though.
Yeah, that's just a missile moment. Holy cow. This is why that special is just so good on this map in particular, because it can shove these corners out. But this is why Reap Slider is also good, because there's just nowhere to run. These explosions are just so massive when these maps are so tight, and that's a lot of the complaint that people have with the map modes in Splatoon 3, and we can talk about that later. But
Okay,
it is going to be.
map. Nobody complains about this map for some reason.
I will complain about it day in and day out.
Me too, Magic. But you also have heard my very interesting map takes, so I don't have a lot of room to talk here.
There's going to
We
be
should pull
specials
all
on the
of them.
side of X-Rank Grinders. This is a good opportunity for them to clean this one up and move on to Grand Finals. They've got 30 seconds left to do it, and Krillians looks like they are in a position to not handle the zap. Hannah trying to go in, not going to be able to find anything in Nox. This is the perfect position.
It is. They are definitely sitting pretty here. We are going to see overtime here no matter what, just because that power clam is there under the basket, but I don't know how they get in with it without the Tetra just pulling off some very impressive shenanigans.
Very impressive shenanigans. Speaking of shenanigans, look at this Brush trying to do some wacky movement. His S-Blast is going to have to die for its misstep, but is going to be able to get one down for it. The screen goes dark, and just like that, the clam is up in the basket. Hold on a minute, Krillians has an opportunity.
This is definitely doable. They're a little short on clams. Looks like they're trying to find some picks, but are they going to be able to get it in? Yes, they're able to get a few. They don't need many more, but it's just the Tetra left up and they couldn't jump in. So I think this probably will be the end here, but the Tetra's trying to...
The Tetras are there! The Tetras are trying to dive! You have to go towards the basket! No!
But what a good attempt. I love that they fought until the end and didn't just go, we can't figure out a way in. We're just going to wait it out.
They did very much have a good opportunity there. They fought till the very end, and that is commendable. I salute you, soldiers. Unfortunately, that's X-Rank Grinders going to be taking it all the way, going to be facing off the winner of, I believe it's Oreo O's? Yes, no, I'm correct in that. Versus Shrimp Fried Rice, which should be done relatively soon. So, based on what you saw from Shrimp Fried Rice, do you think that they could take on X-Rank Grinders?
I think they definitely have a shot. I think both teams are going to put up a great fight here. I think that it'll be very interesting to see how the Tri-Stringer deals with their comps and how definitely forward-focused they were.
Now, if I remember correctly, Oreo O's was on stream earlier, and they looked like an unstoppable powerhouse of the cell, like the mitochondria. I think that if Oreo's O's takes this, it's going to be a little bit less even, but I still think that X-Rank Grinders could put up a good fight.
You never know. Maybe the Tri-Stringer makes all the difference. People are not used to fighting them at all.
That is very true. That is very, very true, especially with the new buffs.
The new buffs do so much for it.
I believe we are going to be taking a short break. Yeah, we're going to be taking a short break very quickly, and we will be right back with Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. This is CCA Study Abroad, the Free Agent Collegiate Tournament. Hello, everybody! No CCA loud transition this time. We are going right into the action. This is Oreo O's versus the X Rank Grinders. This is Grand Finals of CCA Study Abroad. My name is, I hope you remember, and beside me, I also hope that you remember.
Yeah, hopefully we're memorable enough for that. Going into Zones Museum here, always a fun map. Love that it's back.
Love that it's back. Love the long range flat fights with also like a good opportunity to have like not flat fights, right?
Yeah.
With sides and everything. Like it's a good mixture. I just like it.
It is.
Anyways, the teams that we've got are looking very good. Nexus and Lucky and RDB are all very strong players from what I've seen. And on the other side, we saw Dashing and Oscar Go pull out some very unique picks and be able to absolutely go off on them. So I'm excited for this match.
I am too. Always interesting to see. Once again, one of the really fun things about CCA is it is less predictable. That's always going to be one of the fun things about people, especially like this is a draft tournament, so of course it's people that are being thrown together. But even then, when you're creating teams from colleges, it's always going to have that interesting dynamic of they might not necessarily have been who we would think to put together, but they're making it work. They're figuring out how to play off of each other and make comps that work for them.
Right, exactly. They set out to accomplish a goal rather than set out to like just do the normal thing, right? And I think that that's so much more interesting and productive as competitive players than to just say, well, we need a backline. Who plays a backline? Can you play backline? Okay, we got a backline now. Like, no.
Definitely a situation where you can get one tricks that are so it's a situation that simultaneously loves one tricks and flexes, which is so cool.
This is gonna be a long haul though. This is a best of 7, if you believe it. This is gonna be the first match. We've got the Tri-Stringer, we've got the S-Blast, and we've got a very short range composition that's gonna have to try and contend with it. And I'm very excited. This is Grand Finals. I hope everybody's excited in the chat.
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing how that machine chooses to play here, considering that they could choose to act as almost a pseudo anchor, but maybe they're gonna have the C Junior doing that instead, since they do. Junior can play anchor if it needs to. It's usually pretty solid at it.
Right, exactly, because it does things from afar and supports the teammates. Unfortunately, not going to be doing a lot of supporting there. They're the first ones to go down. This Crab, though, able to get some return picks, able to use those burst bombs to chip at range. And this S-Blast is in a very precarious position. That's a good turnaround from the members of Oreo O's, and they're going to take the zone right back.
Oscar Go doing a great job there of being able to back out. Good wave breaker from the Junior, not a wave breaker spot we see super often, but definitely going to put a lot of pressure on that flat. Tri-Stringer trying to find a pick here, but going to be really pestered by those torpedoes.
Can you put wave breaker on the spinning platform? That seems like it would actually be so useful and interesting to do, right? Like, I can't believe I've never thought of that. Anyways, Nexus is going to try and dive in here. I'm going to be able to find much on that Tri-Slosher, but it's going to be able to get that C Junior into position to make that Tri-Stringer's life super annoying. This zone might get capped the other way, but not going to be able to.
Yeah, it does seem like this is just going to be a solid hold here for Oreo O's. I don't quite know. I don't think X-Grain Grinders really have time to get back in. We are going to see the trip strikes, but by the time they land, the timer will be up. And also, they couldn't even get them all off. And so that is going to be game going to Oreos. Very favorable to them, but maybe this is just a map mode that X-Rank Grinders aren't super comfy on.
They decided to not be very strange people and scoop out the cream from the center. No, instead, they ate that whole Oreo with that open mouth, chomped on it, and are able to take that game with everything going inside of their stomach. They are going to be looking at very good, and an aggressive composition like that is hard to deal with, right?
It is.
Because especially when you're not super well prepared, right? Like these are teams that only formed a week ago, right? So aggressive kind of in-your-face comps are harder to deal with when you're not as prepared and you're not as used to your teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a harder thing to deal with. I am very interested in, this might not, Tri-Stringer can do really well here. This is just not necessarily an Anchor's favorite map generally. Sorry, I did get distracted midpoint by seeing Flounder Heights, a map that players love to complain about because they love to complain.
They do love to complain, indeed. Zone's Flounder is an interesting decision.
It's very good at upsets. I will give it that.
Sure. Because it completely turns the tables. And
Yes.
we could have arguments all day about whether or not it's actually good or bad or
But it's
what have
interesting
you.
streams.
But at the very least, it's going to change up how these players have to approach everything.
It completely changes the fundamentals of the game. And I think we can all agree that at least it's not Moray. I think we can all agree on that, at least.
Yeah, I can shake on that. We'll shake.
It's a low bar to set, but it's a good bar to set. I do think the Tri-Stringer might have a good time here if they stick with it. It's definitely a map that loves... It's one of the few anchors that can do well on this map. I would be surprised to see the S-Blast stick around, though, because I think it just is gonna struggle a lot here with how strong Machine is.
It is going to struggle. We'll have to see. Because you don't really have too many good spots to stand. I know that Charger players definitely do not love
Ballplay
playing on
players
these kinds of
also
maps.
don't like it. Splatlands and
Interesting.
Chargers do not love this map. There is nowhere where you can feel comfortable standing because you can't play around low ground at all, which is why Explo and Tri-Stringer are kind of different here than other anchors, because you do feel more comfortable on that low ground. We are seeing the same comp coming out here out of Oreo O's, and we are going to see a switch to Explo. Like I said, it's one of the anchors that can do well here. We are also seeing those missiles. This is one of the maps that we've seen top teams bring out missiles more often than anywhere else.
Right, exactly. It again, like Macomart, like we were talking about earlier, it's just so tight that you have nowhere to go, and those 4 explosions end up covering such a large radius and are so dangerous. Speaking of a large radius, Nexus
Yeah.
gonna be doing some damage with that large tri-slosher hitbox, forcing some jump outs, and that's control for Oreo O's. Once again, just diving into that milk like good
Yeah.
Oreos do.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with some Oreos and milk. We are seeing that Brush managing to get the trade there. That's a decent trade. Pushing that Tri-Slosher out, keeping them from having that Tacticler is useful. But they're not able to capitalize on it a ton because look at where that Crab Tank was.
That crab tank was exquisitely positioned, and look at how using that machine arc to keep players off of that back wall to try and get in from that important position. Not going to be able to dive away, is going to have to find a new route of entry. It splashes down though. This is Oreo O's looking not too great. The zones are going to probably cap, and Dashing is in with that zip caster, moving around, schmoving, trying to get a pick, and does before recalling, and RDB is the only one left alive. Going to have to jump out. This is a very good turnaround from the Grinders.
It really is, and Explo does so well in this situation here. It's not necessarily the best at getting you in. It is probably the best at holding them out.
Right, it's a stiff arming kind of playstyle, and you can see that they're having just such a tough time moving into that extended hand that is trying to grip them and shove them to the ground. Gonna be able to do so is Nexus, but not before getting taken down. This is a very tight spot, though. There is gonna go the lead. They were very close to not controlling enough to maintain the lead, but they do, and the Grinders are in a very good position. 2 minutes gone in this match, and this zone has already had so many points docked.
Yeah, and the Explo's doing a great job there of just neutralizing the zone from a distance where really Oreo O's can't do a ton about, and just keeping that zone neutral for any length of time they can makes such a huge difference. Rain coming out, forcing them back. We do see that Wave Breaker ready. Also a good Wave Breaker map. Not a lot of like maps that I'll go, Wave Breaker is exceptional here, but this map, with how, once again, the limited movement, Wave Breaker is going to hit you, and that is a double there coming out.
That's a double, again, with the assist from the Wavebreaker and the Torpedoes. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and this Brush is going to chase them down. Dex is going down next, and the Grinders are in a very good position once again. They're going to try and tick down this penalty, and all they need is about 60 seconds more, not even, and they are going to hold this game.
Yeah, we are seeing that point sensor coming out and playing a big role. Knowing where everybody is, especially when there's a Tri-Slosher in the lobby, is always a massive difference. We are going to see that Crab Tank coming out soon, probably right after these Tri-Strikes come out. Seeing this Tri-Slosher trying to go for this flank, not going to be called out quite yet, and they're going to be able to keep this Explode from backing up, which is absolutely putting them in it puts the X-Rank Riders in a very rough spot.
Gonna be in a very rough spot indeed. They do have a beacon though. Don't know if anybody jumped there. RDV is gonna scope it out. Not gonna find anything. Missiles are online though, and this is once again the opportunities that we saw. Wait, Dashing's behind them! All of a sudden, the flanking rush, and that's a cap.
That is a huge cap. Any extra penalty points you can get is always absolutely massive. It is just that Wiper left up. They do go down, which is unfortunate because they were probably trying to build for their next missiles. It does allow them so much of an easier way in. Once again, not a ton of time left for either team once they get these holds, though, but there is only a minute left in the game. We do see those Tri-Strikes ready. The Explode does go down, though.
Ooh, just go down. There's gonna be trades all across the board, and this cooler could keep the Oreo O's in the running and keep their numbers online for longer so that this cap doesn't happen. This is insane. The brush is playing so well. We're gonna try and find where these jumps are beholden to. Not going to be able to get any picks off of that, and because of that, going to have to try and dive in. 30 seconds left, the timer is ticking, and they did not understand the pace that they needed to play at. That's going to be the lead for the Oreo O's, and that's 30 seconds left.
Definitely still doable. They have a good shot to get in here. Brush moving up with the missiles. Tri-Strikes coming out. That is one zone neutralized with the machine gone. Taking out the machine is huge there. There goes the Tri-Slosher. It is the Junior over there. Brush gonna rush them down. Not a lot of Junior can do there. Able to take this zone after they refill a little bit of ink. They need to cap this zone though. They do take out that machine. And now they just need to find a way to set up this hold, which is very doable, but not gonna be easy. But the Zipcaster comes out.
Zipcaster comes out, and I believe there was a flank for Oreo O's that did not get spotted. Nexus goes down. There's a crab online. It's going to pop up, and is going to have to go down from that high ground it was on before, but it's going to have a really weird angle to shoot at. It's going to try and find this zone. It's going to at least paint over it for the time being. There's a booyah on the other side, and this could be the secure cap. Oreo O's needs to try and just paint this zone out, but no, the grinders can't fight back. There was too much paint.
It is too bad. I think those missiles that Wiper had, if they had been popped earlier on to prevent that push, could have made all the difference.
They played very well, and they showed
did.
a very different game from the first.
Yes.
Right?
Definitely.
That first one was a lot more convincing for Oreo O's, but X-Rank Grinders really showed them that if they get the chance, they get an opportunity, they can start putting them down.
And their Explo knew how to position. Oscar Go knew so well how to position on that map with Explo, because once again, it's not an anchor-friendly map typically, with a few exceptions. And like the rains that came out from Oscar Go also did so much at keeping them from moving in.
This is why I love this play, because you can see like at higher levels of play, like, you know, we spend a lot of time like breaking down the intricacies, but here you can see where that's all of these ideas are forming. You can see things in motion, the different strategies and styles that these players are playing. It's so expressive.
It is.
I love looking at these collegiate tournaments.
They're so special. They're just not like anything else. And of course, like, everyone has their things that they're passionate about, but collegiate Splatoon is such a different beast than everything else. And I think everyone kind of underestimates how interesting it is, in the same way that, like, people try and hype up pro basketball over college basketball, which is somebody who was raised on college basketball, I take a little offense to.
Right, exactly. No, I agree completely. College basketball is where it's at. Like, it's we can talk about
game. It's a different game, but it's the same. It's always going to be at a different pace, and the other interesting thing is we're also going to see players of different skill levels on the same team, which creates really interesting dynamics where they're trying to figure out how to set up their best player while still getting everyone else into positions where they can still contribute, and it's so cool.
Exactly. All right, 2-0, two more games, and Oreo O's grinds this one to a halt and takes CCA study abroad for the taking. X-Rank Grinders to try and get a little bit going, try and find a way that they can put their X-Rank grind into effect.
Yeah. Definitely cool to see that switch into the range blaster, a great weapon. We've been starting to see it a little bit more often in general. Tri-Slasher has gone down. Wiper looking to get this pick. Probably going to want to use missiles sometime soon. There they go. Always great to use those after opening pick.
Very good to use, trying to move in, but that Wavebreaker going to call out the Wiper. RDB is going to just clean that one up quickly. This Tri-Stringer is the only one left alive and is going to get harassed by this machine. The Booyah Bomb is up. This is a very good opportunity for the Oreo O's to cleanly take this first checkpoint, which is so hard to do.
It is, and it seems like they're going to be able to. We are seeing the blaster managing to trade that out, though. Somebody needs to get on tower, but they're being pushed away by missiles, and we are seeing that Wiper on the flank. They do clear the checkpoint, and they take out the Wiper. So we are probably going to see this push keep going as the Tri-Slosher's in such a great spot here.
Oh, it's a full wipe, and they've got the cooler as well to maintain this push. They're going to throw it in front of the tower, making sure that everyone can get a good sip of that Joe. This Tri-Slosher is going to take full advantage and push this Range Blaster all the way back. They're already to 14, make it 10 through the checkpoint. There's nobody there to stop except for Sleepy trying to dive on. Is going to be able to get the picks necessary, but the jumps are in. This Slosher machine is still going to be harassing them. Every single time they try and find a way through, all of a sudden another player jumps in. That's going to be more down. Finally, that train stops.
Yeah. And this is a really awkward position to be in for X-Rank grinders. That is a big push to have to catch up to. A push to 3 means that Oreo O's are really probably going to play pretty safe, or as safe as their comp can. Their comp can only play so safe with how aggressive it is.
Exactly. They're gonna be putting that pedal to the metal, burning time, right? Anytime that the tower's on your side of the map, it's not pushing for you. You're not making any progress. And if these Oreo O's can just keep the tower on the other side of the map, as long as they're not going down, that's all they need to be doing. But speaking of going down, that's a little bit of a chaos clash in the middle. And this Wiper's not done yet. Trying to dodge over the Wavebreaker, not going to find it. Dashing is able to get another pick off of it. And this is the opportunity that the grinders need to maybe make something happen.
Whale doing a lot there to help them secure that opening of the push. We are going to see these trip strikes at the ready. Absolutely massive for them to have here. Going to allow them to clear this checkpoint probably if they use them. Tri-Stringer also a really good weapon to have here, but the Tri-Slosher dropping them makes that pretty hard. And the Booyah Bomb coming out, stalling it even longer. It is just that Splash and Wiper, and it seems like they're going to be trying to get back to this checkpoint, but they don't really have resources to work with.
Going down to that Booyah was so unfortunate. There's a mistake that needs to be cleaned up if the grinders want to make this game of reality in their favor. Another player going down on the other side, and those trip strikes as well. Like there's just something. It was there. They had the opportunity, but they just could not quite coordinate in the way that they needed to. They're able to get picks right in this neutral state, but can they maintain that pressure moving forward like we saw from Oreo O's?
Oreo O's has done an incredible job of playing off of each other, which is, they've only been playing together for at most a week, and we don't know how many scrims or practices they've done during that, obviously. But it's hard to learn how to play off of people in a week.
There's a saying I have, and it is that team synergy is an individual skill.
Yes.
And I believe that wholeheartedly, because the only one who can understand what a team... You have to understand what your team wants. You have to understand what your team is trying to do, and you have to be able to react to that in time, right? You can't just be super reliant on an in-game leader for that, and they need to try and make that happen. This Wiper needs to communicate with the team to go in together, see where Sleepy is pushing, see where that blaster is sending the shots, and play off of it. Gonna be setting up these beacons and using those missiles, and this is the opportunity that they need, but that blaster goes down.
Yeah, it does seem like sometimes they hold onto those missiles for a while, but they probably have some game plan with it. Managing to get a big pick on the Tri-Slosher there, but 2 members of their team are down yet again. Junior setting up that wave break, causing a lot of nuisance. Admittedly, Wiper doesn't love fighting against wave break. Not as much as, like, a Tetra doesn't love it, for example. But still, it causes them a bit of trouble. You have to change how you're moving, and you have to make yourself more visible.
You do, and they do make themselves more visible, trying to bait people forward, trying to bait Nexus into getting splatted. This is overtime, and they've got a Booyah Bomb. I've seen this one before, Nox.
Yeah. GG Booyah, GG Ray, GG Trip Strikes. We've seen it all. There's not a lot. It's really hard to move in here. That Whale coming out is doing a lot of work. Booyah Bomb's probably going to come out any second now, though. They are going to get through this checkpoint. That is a big checkpoint to break through. That is the hardest one. Tri-Stringer trying to put a lot of pressure forward here. Wiper does manage to take out. But that's the Booyah Bomb. Sleepy can't get to the tower. But they started to really put together a push towards the end there. Oreo O's just had the awareness, their machine had the awareness to know they didn't need to play aggressive there. They just needed to wait until their teammates could take advantage of their Booyah Bomb, and that was great awareness on the part of my guy, RDF. Close. I got the letters close.
It looked like it from a
RDB.
distance. Yeah. I saw the same thing, don't worry. RDV, though, again, fantastic play on the machine. Being, again, one of those things where it's like, you need to be the one to make that call, like, oh, my teammates aren't up. If I waste this Booyah right now,
it would have been a way worse
throw
situation.
the game. Yeah, exactly.
That would have been a very losable situation. It was not by any means a set-in-stone one game. Hagglefish is a map of big comebacks. I cannot think, like, the number of Zones games I've both played in and commentated on Haggle that have been pushed to 10, and the other team just gets a hold that goes to knockout. You know, it happens a lot on Haggle. It's a comeback map.
It's a rite of passage, one might say.
It is. I do believe that the first time we saw Haggle ever also had something like that happen with Inkvax coming out, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah. It's an interesting
super funny.
Map. It is.
I think the other thing too is that X-Rank Grinders dumped all of their specials, right? Like they dumped everything and then had to rely on their own mechanical play. But when you're going up against the Booyah Bomb, it's very hard to deal with that if you don't have any more specials at the ready. They kind of jumped everything right at that first checkpoint and didn't have anything to maintain the push going forward. It's a give and take, right?
They did need to make sure that they broke that checkpoint, though. Like, they didn't have other options. I don't blame them for burning their specials. It's just so hard to find an answer to that Booyah Bomb, and since the machine didn't overextend into them, they couldn't really find a way to punish them. There was not an easy way to get that pick, and the Tri-Stringer was so busy having to focus on 20 other things that they couldn't try and just make it so that the machine didn't ever feel comfortable anywhere. It's just one of those unfortunate situations. But TC Inkblot might be a chance to start seeing something here. Definitely an interesting map mode. Don't know that we'll be seeing the Tri-Stringer here, but it does seem like that's what Oscar Go plays. They play Tri-Stringer and they play Explo, which is a weapon pool that makes a lot of sense.
Yes. It's a very, very functional, very functionally similar.
Yes.
They have the opportunity of a lifetime here. They can start just getting everything together. But it's going to be very difficult to make that happen against a team that is well prepared to deal with pressure like that, right? Yes. They seem to be not having any trouble at all with the Explosher, with the Tri-Stringer, and that could be one of the imbalances, right? Is Oscar Go needs to maybe step up and put a little bit more pressure on them, because in this last game, something needs to change.
Something definitely needs to change. Hopefully whenever you put in an anchor, you are taking that gamble of you need to get them to find those picks. It's never just a weapon you can just comfortably have in there. We are seeing them switch in a C Junior, which is a first for them. I don't dislike it. I think I like it for them. I think it allows them to get so much more information, and if they're marked, then the Tri-Stringer can hit more shots. And they do already find one pick.
That's actually a really important pick as well. Going to shut down that cooler, making sure that the special economy is not super well for the members of Oreo O's. Nice wiper play from the side here. Unfortunately, going to get dove on by Nexus, and this machine is able to poke out every angle that they're trying to hide behind. This Tri-Stringer is going to go down to the hands of a burst bomb, and this is a very good push for Oreo O's.
And like we talked about earlier on the stream, this is a snowball map. This is a really hard position to break out of, especially when there are buckets. There are not a lot of answers you have other than, I hope you win the fight, which is a bad answer.
Yeah.
Those are bad answers. And their specials don't make for good answers for it either. And with this map, you don't really have the space to just brute force get your special.
No, exactly. There's so little room to try and paint for. You have to step up. It's very, very dangerous. I don't quite see what's going on, thanks to AutoCam being hilarious. I believe that the trip strikes ended up shutting down.
Flushed them out. I think the trip strikes did a lot there. Trip strikes are an incredible special at flushing people out. Because you cannot stand in them. No matter what you're doing, you cannot stand in them. Even with a bubbler, you cannot stand in them. There is no safety from a trip strike.
There is no safety indeed, but speaking of safety, there's not a lot of safe spots for the grinders here. Nex is going to be diving and absolutely eating them up. I can't blame them. Oreos are just such a delectable snack.
They are.
Cooler's online too, not even going to use it. Just going to go forward, trying to keep the members of the grinders away. This is slipping to the finale. The missiles and the tri-string are able to dive and get them down. Sleepy gonna be able to trade this out, and it's not over just yet, but there's 3 minutes left, and not a single push has been started for the grinders.
Yeah, they are definitely in a rough position here. It's not unwinnable. Once again, it's a snowball map. They could get a snowball going. They do get a huge pick there on that tri-slosher. That tri-slosher has been causing them a lot of headache. They have a lot of specials ready. They have to make... they probably want to stagger them a little bit, but they're using them all pretty quickly here. Looking to try and find these picks to really get a push going, but their junior's gone down. Probably who they want riding that tower.
Probably who they want riding. Gonna be able to jump in finally. This machine, such a thorn in their side for the entirety of the set, and it's gonna keep on acting up. They cannot shut it down. They cannot quiet him. This is my guy, RDB.
Yeah.
He's getting the jumps in and is protecting this right side.
Tri-stringer once again looking to find something. They're just having such a hard time being able to take advantage of all that chip damage. Just not finding smooth paths in. Whale coming out. 2 down now on the side of Oreo O's though. They do have a crab tank ready. They do have a machine able to guard those areas. But the Wiper is starting to be able to put some pressure on them, but the crab has come out. Tri-stringer can in theory shred that, but they might not have the time to, and they don't. They were trying to get that checkpoint, but the junior feels like it's necessary to back off. They kind of need to commit or not commit there, though. If they had just committed, they would have broken it.
Oh, just a little bit of hesitation can really end up ruining your day, and that's exactly what happened. This beacon is going to go down. The players are having to back all the way up to try and save themselves from this tri-slosher, and Sleepy's not able to even withstand that. 3 specials online. Ah, indeed. I didn't even realize that was the name. This is a crab. It's so scary, and it makes sense.
The crab tank is still a very threatening special. Not what it was, thankfully. It's still hard to deal with, and a good splash mechanically is also a beast to be reckoned with, as we saw just then.
Finally, Silflux does get them down. This is a very, very, very rough position to be in. Your backs are literally against the wall, against your base's wall. They're going to be able to break out just barely, but they have basically 1 push left in the tank, and they need to make this one count for everything, or else it is game, set, and match and tournament.
T-Tech does go down. There's a flank from the Tri-Slosher Junior trying to win that fight, but not a fight a Junior can really win. Tri-Slosher still up, does get taken out. They have missiles online. They need to find a good time to use them, though. Tri-Stringer looking to find something, not going to be able to. Junior down again. They just don't have an easy way in, and they need to use their specials to try and force it, but it's like they're hesitating to.
They definitely do not want to make sure that this counts. They want to make sure that everything is at the ready. The Booyah Bomb comes online. I believe they're diving towards the tower, and that is Oreo O's taking it for all it's worth. They are your winners of CCA Study Abroad, the Collegiate Free Agent Tournament. That was a very impressive showing, and they knew exactly what they wanted to do.
They did. They definitely knew how to play really well off of each other. They knew what they wanted to accomplish, and they knew that they all wanted to play very far forward. And the players, whenever they had one last player up, they did a good job of getting jumps in for their teammates, which is such a critical thing.
It's a very critical, right? That's the difference really between jumping these levels of play, right? We talk about, the low level, the mid level, right? The collegiate versus the not. It's that kind of difference that makes the jump.
It really is, and it's always impressive to see a team that's only been playing together for like 7 days figure out how to put those pieces of the puzzle in place.
These players are going to be on my radar for certain, for sure, and for good reason. Overall, though, this tournament seemed to have went off without a hitch, and I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, really great tournament. Lots of great close games. We had some really close ones on stream too. That Flounder game, as much as this seemed, obviously the score shows that it was a pretty dominant set, but that Flounder game was really close.
Yeah, exactly. The scores don't always tell the story.
No,
We'll say that.
sometimes you have a best of 3 where it's 2-0, but they were both overtime games.
Oh, that was a lot of good Splatoon. I believe that we are not going to be streaming any more matches. I believe that is all we have for everyone today. I've been Magic 8 Ball. You can find me on Twitter at magic_octo. Nox, where can the good people find you?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at NoxRaven42.
I believe that's going to do it.